That's okay. That was odd. Yeah, microphone was only working, was muted for some reason. Well, anyways, now that's out of the way. Alright, hey there, E here, and we're back with more Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, and why is that so loud as well? Oh, what is going on with so many things? Okay, so, well, better for me anyways. Just had to adjust the volume on my side because that is what's matter, right? Anyways, we are back with more Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, where we had a shorter stream last time dealing with some of the starter locations for the final location. We explored a world, found more gens of the Valancius expeditions, and then fought through a small fleet of Necron before landing on the planet of Epitaph, where we discovered a whole bunch of malfunctioning Necrons and then a small group of Necrons that weren't malfunctioning. Had to do a bit of a battle with them, at which point then we kind of ended there, which is roughly halfway through the whole Epitaph deal, which means that what we have left, we'll probably just the end of the game. At least it should be. Like 2 or 3 more battles, I think. And then, or maybe 1 or 2, depending on whether we could talk our way through. But either way, not that many battles. And then a few, yeah, there's some dialogue, I think, with the epilogue. But otherwise, we are very much nearing the end. Right, so this is the remains of the battle that we fought, and then all we have left is just to progress down here to this force field, and then to the next area, which I think is the final map, and then, yeah, that is done. So, that being said, let's get on with this.
My nerves are frayed.
A ragged breath punctures the oppressive silence of the room. Someone is still alive. Impressive.
Let us see what I found.
And then some random items. Mind Killer Staff. Each enemy this sucker kills with a psychic power from the telepathy discipline permanently increases the effective power level of all telepathy disciplines. Of all the telepathy discipline staves this character wields by +1. Right, we don't really give anyone telepathy powers though. I don't think there's anything dangerous about them either. And then something for an eagle. Targets to the first release psychic power in a turn automatically fail the resistance test. Oh no, this is Raven. If the first relay psychic power in a turn affects 3 or more creatures, the overseer regains 1 AP. But there's not a whole lot you can relay through them, though. You can't relay offensive stuff. Oh, right, we need to make use of this thing that can force move enemies.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue.
Obviously different from the ones you have seen before, though what exactly they signify, one can only guess. Yeah, failed Xeno check, plus the fact that we did not learn how to read the language. Which is apparently a thing you can do, and I do believe we did that the first time around. Anyways, as for you, Tanakia, the maimed creature at your feet is still alive, as evidenced by its heavy breathing. It was a woman once, sporting close-cropped hair and equipped for battle, but now her skin is shredded by the metal sticking out of her body in a dozen places. Examine the woman. Her body does not appear to have any external injuries. It has been maimed from the inside out. It is as if her flesh was traumatized, transmuted into metallic shapes, that then burst out of her skin and turned her internal organs into a bloody sieve. Some of her exposed bones have a metallic gleam to them, while others still look natural. Yeah, the tech blights. Finish her off, leave the woman to die. Hey, can you hear me? We need information. With a heavy jerk, the woman raises her head, emerging from oblivion, and focuses her gaze on you. Even in such a wretched state, her eyes still gleam with a confident zest and subtle shrewdness. You, who are? Ah, the coat of arms rings a bell. Von Valancius. I'm not as surprised to see you as you may think. Who are you? Tell me, why does my coat of arms look familiar? Companions, what do we do? Raise your weapon, this is where it all ends. Or leave her to die. Just who are you? The woman tries to salute, but the metal cutting through her tendons has cost her control of her fingers. Tanakia Calbergaria, Inquisition Acolyte, and by the grace of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar, the warden of the Epitaph, a covert facility, or whatever is left for it. Impressive that they managed to take control of a Necron tomb, as I probably said last time. What happened to you? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Oh, you mean the metals things in my body? I have no idea. Looks like something has gone terribly wrong in the crypt. Her voice becomes more serious and dry. The auspices detected some unknown radiation, and then everything went crazy. The Xenos didn't feel like sleeping in their coffins anymore, so they started thrashing the place. And the pylon I was standing next to suddenly grew a dozen tentacles, and one of them grazed me. I blacked out, and when I came to, I looked like I had tried to give birth to a shuttle. Impressive if we could. I'm looking for Calcazar. Where is he? At the facility in the crypt, making preparations for the emergency launch of the operation's final stage. At least I hope so, or else he's already dead. Now that I think about it, there are enough reasons to assume the latter. What facility? I guess you're still young if you don't know that in this world, whenever the big boys and girls say the word facility, they almost always mean a colossal secret weapon capable of destroying worlds. And that's all you're going to get. It'd be very disrespectful of me to spill a secret that so many have given their lives to protect. Yeah, but you are kinda already almost dead, so wouldn't hurt, now would it? I see. Have I sated your curiosity? Then I'd like my favorite return. There's a pack of low in my breast pocket. Give me one and you can keep the rest. I'm feeling very generous today. Yeah, sure, why not? I got a pack of low out of the woman's jacket. Good. You're old enough to know what these are for, aren't you? Stick one end of the tube between my teeth and light up the other. Just make sure you do it the right way around. Persuasion. Let's be straight with each other. You have nothing to hide now that you're dying. What is going on in this place? Just give it the low, enjoy. Bring the low to the woman's lips. You were saying something about an operation. Or drop it and say, oh, how clumsy. No, persuade her. Always the power of diplomacy. Tanakia. He gives you a long, piercing look and then speaks, sadness audible in her voice. Straight, huh? Let's give it a try. Took a shine to you for some reason. One day, Xavier decided to immortalize himself in history in a rather extravagant way. All for the Imperium's sake. All for the Imperium's sake, of course. But then things didn't go as expected, even though we expected that they wouldn't. And now you better get far away from here because whatever happens next, I doubt you're going to like it. Or you can go down there if you have the guts. Maybe you'll immortalize yourself too. That's what I would do, but I'm insane, so I'm not the best example to follow. A weak smile dances on the woman's lips. So, about that low stick. Not very detailed. Alright, enjoy. People say it's bad for your health. I better be careful. Yeah, I know. Wouldn't want to die from that. Now then. Why does my coat of arms look familiar? Oh, I should know. It was on the uniform of my agents. It was on the uniform my agents wore. The ones I sent when Calcazar took an interest in her ladyship Theodora's retinue. They didn't wear them for long, though. When I presented Lady Theodora with Calcazar's ultimatum, she purged her retinue of our operatives. I'm fairly certain Theodora would have preferred to have my head as well, but the Lord Inquisitor recalled me here to guard his treasure cave, just in case Theodora decided to return for what she thought was hers, or the Drukhari started causing trouble. How'd you people infiltrate the retinue? What was the ultimatum? Carry on the world, why? Why does no one from Theodora's retinue remember her visiting the system? Yeah, that is a rather big one. I can give you two versions of the truth, the sugar-coated one and the honest one. The sugar-coated one is that once Theodora realized just what she had in her hands, she deemed it a matter of the utmost secrecy and mind-locked the memories of all members of her crew. The honest version is that she mind-locked the important people and disposed of the rest. Theodora depressurized compartments by entire blocks, casting away unwanted witnesses out into the void. She needed to free up space in her holds for the spoils anyways. Couldn't it have been that many? Yeah, especially considering that we still had that Genestealer cult. Yeah, the Genestealer cult, plus one web, and then a whole bunch of various groups that were on the ship for generations. So yeah, it wouldn't be that many people disposed of. Well, that, yeah, I've never heard of such a technology, but it would not be a stretch to assume that the Inquisition does have something of the sort at their disposal. Now then, how did your people infiltrate her retinue? A feint, a deception, a game of double and triple crossers. When they told her they intended to take revenge on Calcazar, she believed them. She was just too eager to get back at the Lord Inquisitor for taking her clever Archimagos advisor Armanat. Do you know Cunard Voidfear? Not sure if he's still alive, but back then he was Theodora's Master of Whispers. In theory, he should have been the one to out my operatives as spies, but instead he thought that they were his chance to pull off a brilliant plot and prove to his mummy how great an heir he would become. In truth, what to say about blondes? Every other one is as thick as mince. Ruled. What was the ultimatum you gave Theodora? Also, she's not very well informed of current events. Merely a message saying that her dirty secret was now our dirty secret. She was the first to visit Epitaph, and she found something here. Something too good even for someone of her exalted status. Rogue traders are not allowed to have such toys, and I relayed the most exact coordinates down to the last digit after the decimal point to the Lord Inquisitor. Alright, did your job as a spy, and the Drukhari. Ah, the Xenofreaks, my favorite partners. They had a crucial role to play in the operation that you mustn't know anything about. The visits to Epitaph have left me with so many unforgettable moments. We were ordered not to fire on them first, but to split them into atoms if their skinny arses deviated so much as a single degree from their approved flight paths. I swear, it was as if those fools were trying to get shot at with their half-witted provocations. They even had a nickname for me, the Almost Witch, a compliment, I guess. You know, this reminds me that we never had one encounter with the Drukhari where they boarded the vessel. Yeah, I think it was like part of the, maybe this one time the sabotage, but there's Yeah, much stronger forces. Never occurred. I wonder why. I wonder if really did we just missed a triggering event. Anyways, I am Gamma von Valancius, Theodore's heir. You have to excuse me for not looking surprised. Official nerves seem to be partially paralyzed, but I gathered as much. I'd hardly mistake you for our spectacular void she-wolf, after all. And if she were alive, she definitely would have come here in person. So you're the heir. Well, at least it's not Kunrad. Alright, so then, what do we do with her? Yeah, sure. Heinrich, I suggest granting the Acolyte Emperor's peace in honor of our years of working together. Alright, bit friendly of them. Tanaka, you've always been so sentimental, so attached to your colleagues, your hair, your eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that still a sore point? Okay. Did not know that about it. Did not know that about him. And okay, he was the only one who had something to say. Alright, then raise your weapon. Her blood smeared and lips twisting to a smile. Is this an act of mercy or revenge? Mercy, rest in peace. Tarball pain. How many times are you trying? Or just double tapping? It takes more than a few strikes to end the life of the already half-dead woman. The metal skull screeches under the pressure but does not break, and her heart keeps pumping blood through her shredded veins. Finally, her agony comes to an end. Anything good? No. Alright, so this area. Anything that we'd want on this side? Okay, somebody's having fun. Alright, there's some random Necrons down there. So same thing as last time, if Cassia gets her first turn, give turn to Gamma, then give the heroic ability to Cassia, then have Cassia use her heroic ability on Gamma, and then have Gamma use all of her sector skills, and then heroic ability once again on Cassia, and a whole bunch of more attacks with her, although these seem to be a bit more spread out. How close can we get? So Necron Warrior, lighted at that.
Whose innards need take leave of their gut? Yes, I cannot be leashed.
Maybe so if you don't step all the way down from the steps.
One step at a time.
Would have been nice. Oh, there is someone up there. There was it down here? Nope, definitely up there. Probably focus on these ones down here. Oh, hey, you're there. Yeah, just focus on these guys since they actually seem more grouped up.
What is it?
You are kind of blocked. And just for that one then.
I wish to vivisect you.
Can I not use her that skill on them? Alright, a good chunk of our people are going first. think this might be fine just to leave them here. Alright, so we have Blinded Death Mark, top, Sniper Dude. And we're gonna have to earlet focus on that one. And then 30 guys over there. There's one over here. Yes, there is. Another one. Alright, she's gonna have to try to stun those two then. So Earlet takes care of these guys, and then Cassia can deal with it. That's this group down here. Are they all just the Necron warriors? No, one's an immortal. I don't know what that other one is. Yeah, looks like that there's only one immortal. But yeah, they're all blighted. And then the boss. Minute Annihilator. That looks incredibly dangerous. And then the Hyperphase Sword as well. Murderous Demise. 100% critical hit chance to every ally for 1 round. Okay. Gonna suffer some crit damage. I'm fairly certain. Oh no, maybe we don't have them equipped. Well, we definitely don't have them equipped. Yeah, there are items that do negate crit damage. Crypto Geometric Adjuster. For 2 rounds, creates a 4x4 area which reduces the perception of every enemy inside it unless they pass a willpower resistance test. If that's removed outside the area, a successful pass resistance test grants immunity to its effect until in the combat. Right, looks like all it does is just reduce perception. Okay. Annihilation. Creature teleports to a target within a 12-cell radius and strikes, dealing rending damage to 50% of the target's maximum wounds. That is horrendous, and knocking the target prone for 1 round, unless they pass a toughness test. If successfully passed, deals normal weapon rending damage. I feel like that could one-shot most of our people. Maybe not. Maybe if it does maximum damage, it can. Because like for some of these, yeah, second half of life, which drops down to about maybe below the 60 or 70 range. Guess you could survive it. Alvar can survive. Heinrichs. Ganlon maybe. I think. Oh, maybe Erlet's the only one that's in danger of dying. Argenta has. I think she has a chance of dying. Anyways, immunity to the Deathless. You have the usual reanimation protocols, of course, living metal, the regeneration, Combat Master, as expected, Doom Tech Blight. Oh, you're Tech Blighted. You have 5% chance to become immobilized, stunned, staggered, damaged, etc. Though, with Combat Master, they are kind of immune to those. And then aggressive. Attacking more than once per round. Spry. Does not trigger every attack opportunity. Okay. Dangerous. I think we can one-shot you, maybe. How much HP do you have? About 2,300. Perhaps. Anyways, I think, yeah, we'll go with this one. Do a walking nightmare, ensure that you get moving.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Fairy spray holding, prepare for defense. In the name of the Golden Throne, hold the line. Yeah, it'd be nice if they helped. The Zeus Knight lets out a clanging howl, portending imminent death. Aren't we already supposed to be in battle? Anyways, walking nightmare again.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
It'd be nice if we could move these guys. Although... If we get them closer, it'd be nice because they moral. I could see that one there.
Isn't this a job for the staff?
Closer. Can't really get that one.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
No. Oh, I forgot to see if Gamma's in range. No, she is not. Oh, that was a severe mistake. Yeah, we're going in that one. I'll load from there.
I align my path with yours. For now,
A little annoying.
if I must.
See how to dismember
damage.
you properly.
Oh, this is a war setup. We had a nice little initiative before. Alright, so they'll be taking extra damage. Weird how that does not start up. I mean, Dark's probably gonna be fine. He has a shield. Main Wizard Junta. There we go. Make sure get her from wherever. Walking nightmare once
I
again.
am a navigator,
Pull him
not a
over on
servant.
this side. Not great. In that case...
I have read tomes of military tactics. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I can go to Reacher, yes. Hey, Saranic.
Let's see.
Up, wrong buff.
Schemes within schemes.
In the name of House Orselia, I shall prevail!
Alright, finish buffing up everyone.
What if?
Alright, so... that's that.
Let's see.
To set them all on fire.
Oh, a wicked thought.
Are you kind of immune to fire? Not that immune.
Schemes within schemes within schemes. Oh, a genius at work. Oh, a wicked thought. I am powerless to act.
There we go, all the Necrons on the lower area are on fire, mostly. Oh, can we... good, we can still heroic action Cassia.
Behold my artistry!
Me? If try to die with grace, at least. I'm not accustomed to...
And that's on this side doublet, pretty much. There we go, around, get distraction.
Schemes within schemes.
You seem kind of stuck. I thought you could teleport.
The dynasty will rise again.
Never missing. Relax. I think you should be fine where you're at.
I am not your seed.
You will not undo.
Swift.
And good, stunned him.
I understand your intent. I am not your zeal.
One flows on that one over on that side.
If I... serves your cause. Hidden from my sight. This tedium is beneath me. I am not your zeal.
Argenta. Yeah, let Wolfar deal with these ones. Wolfar and Heinrichs.
Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Anything over there? Very good.
As the Emperor commands, I act. For you, my Emperor!
Oh, yeah, some extra movement. Good range of that. Heinrichs. Yeah, distract this guy.
Get me a target. Alas, no. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Okay. Oh, right, you moved because of the Raven. That's one way you moved. And then no opportunity to attack because of your one talent. And this is supposed to be your proper turn, huh?
A genius at work!
Alright, next turn to Arrowlet. Finish off this guy, or try to.
It's the swift. Hidden from my sight. If it serves your cause.
The storm approaches!
Alright, Yama, for you.
Let's see. What if? Let's see. A genius at work. A wicked thought. What if?
Really, already out of this one.
Let's see. Great flames. Another one.
600 or so.
Schemes within schemes.
Cassia. How far?
Give this task to someone lesser.
Can you not charge him? And that's a no.
None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father. Corpse! My struck is ruined. See? Feel the icy bite of
Is he not
death.
regenerating yet? No, he's not.
Wolves reign. None can do this better than a warrior of the All.
Oh, apparently you were regenerating. Alright, that's enough of you.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Right, so just the snipers left.
If I may, I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Is eternal.
No more. Serves your cause.
And last one.
Lives beyond the veil.
The colossal warrior's formidable underframe can no longer bear his weight. With armor plates clanging, his great bulk slumps. A deep sound full of rage and tragic despair is born in his chest. And we still did not learn the language. And failed the tech use. The frenzied monster shivers with rage and a burning thirst for destruction. Cassia, it's alive, moves, it thinks, it tries to talk to us, but it exudes no colors. This is the first time I've seen another's pain and fear with my eyes alone, without the aid of my gift. So this is what it's like. You know, that's what it's like to be not a navigator. Well, since we cannot talk, may as well just finish it off. Xenos dies with a piercing howl of wrath. There is no fear in these sounds, only the stubbornness of a true warrior with a touch of regret at his defeat. The terrible rumble comes from somewhere deep inside the crypt as soon as the green fire goes out in the fallen warrior's eyes. The glow of the glyphs upon the walls becomes chaotic in this raid. Something just broke irreparably in this crypt. Deactivate the shield, the Lord Inquisitor is expecting the rogue traitor below. Is he now? Well, he does everything all planned out. And that is the final level up, I believe.
Curiosity sings in my veins. Oh, a wicked thought.
It should be a very simple one. Yeah, just the AP increase. Right, and nothing to loot. Anyone to talk to? No. Good to say. The Violent Soldier bears grave wounds inflicted by Gauss weapons. Even the most skilled Corrigan would likely be powerless to heal them.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Alright, just redid the final zone.
What lies beyond?
Oh, right, this thing. Forgot about this one. And so many dead Necrons. Reality bubbles before you and bursts with an agonizing shriek. A few silhouettes now stand in your way. 3 of them seem to have your face, and yet the differences are striking. Each has been marked by other accomplishments and different experiences, making you feel like the protagonist of a tale about a pair of twins separated at birth. Righteous reflection. Emperor bestow strength upon me to smite yet another obstacle as I carry out your will. Cursed reflection. My master, change your ways. Is this of your making? No, I can feel it is not. You are not playing tricks on me, you are sending me prey for a great sacrifice. Glorious reflection. Is there some ironic lesson in what is going on? Should I be looking in the mirror a little less? Or perhaps try to look at myself from the outside? Words is a hint that I am my own worst enemy. I shall ponder this in my memoir. Yeah, they're going to make these reflections. Should have been portraits here. See, look at where your doppelgangers came from. Who are you? Address the arrogant copy, cursed copy, or pious copy. Situation become more complicated. How are we going to resolve it? With violence, of course. Look at where the doppelgangers came from. The blatant abuse of the fabric of existence is causing the motes of reality to flare up. You see the mirages of Necron's expanse in their glow, altered past recognition by the decisions you have made, or could have made in some other world. Yep, all those possible choices. So, who are you? Glorious reflection. Your replica smiles in understanding. I am Gamma von Valancius the Magnificent, and if I know it myself, which I most certainly do, you are now pondering what that makes you. The answer is simple. You are my reflection from a less glorious reality, a product of the malign influences of the treasure that I seek. Righteous reflection. Doppelganger makes the sign of the aquiline utters. I am a blazing paragon of humanity, unbroken by tribulations. The first to venture into the darkness without fear, and the one who unites and brings back that which was forfeited. I am a rogue traitor of the God Emperor. Right, they take themselves very seriously. First, the last doppelganger smiles coyly. Speaking of me, I am the only version of ourselves who chose the path of true power. I serve the master, the changer of ways, and I already chanced upon my reflection in his dreams, which is why I'm the only one without a dumbstruck expression on my face. Yeah, but that one was probably a fake. So you're me, welcome to my reality esteemed guests. Last, I have some worthy interlocutors. If you don't like this, I shall have to kill you all. Well, not quite me. Welcome to the rally. They don't seem like the type. Well, may as well, so you're me. Righteous. Truth that stems from the Emperor. You are lacking it. Which means you're not the true Von Valancius, but a flawed replica born out of a flawed reality. I wonder how they'd be reacting if we were more zealous or more dogmatic. Same thing with the heretical one. Alright, arrogant copy, you first. You seem to think you are better than the rest of us, don't you? Glorious. And yet I was only one clever enough to become the mistress of my own fate and not be reduced to someone else's plaything or a slave of dogma. So how would you acquire such an ego? The lack of pointless advice, I presume. On the day Kunrad killed the Theodora, all of our officers died with her, including Mort, Abelard, Idira, Ravor, Vigdis. When I came into my inheritance, there was no one to teach me how to be a rogue trader. I handled everything myself and found out who Theodora von Valancius really was. That's what happens when you don't have main character protection. A narcissistic, unscrupulous, self-serving bitch who lied to everyone. I admit I regretted not getting the chance to know her better. I embraced her principles and realized that literally everyone in the Kronos Expanse was out to take advantage of me. The Drusians and the pirates, the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Kizbelica, Calcazar and Urulon. And so the puppet pulled at the strings and made its masters dance. I dare say, things turned out well for me. Tisiphone, my sworn friend and the most overbearing shrew in all of the Expanse. Of course, you're here as well. The copy nods meaningfully at Cassia. Nice to see you in the thick of things as usual. Cassia, mention of a former Novator of the house makes Cassia flinch. What? I think you mistake me for someone else. Glorious. Indeed, in this rested reality, you are some kind of pathetic parody of yourself. Not very good friends. Cannot make. Now then, have you achieved much without loyal allies? Indeed I have. I am the most influential figure in the entire Expanse. Calgos was slain by the Xenos and his successor. Vayne became my puppet. Incendia chases pirates, not realizing it is me who is raiding her colonies. I was able to make a pact with the cabal of the Reaving Tempest against Calcazar, forcing him to flee. I undertook a dozen expeditions into the unknown, moved the dynasty capital to Footfall, named Vladame my governor, and made Hieronymus a cardinal. Not too bad for a novice, wouldn't you say? Well, because you ignored your retinue and just hired the mercenaries from a generous, huh? So you tricked everyone then, nicely done. I feel sorry for you, you had to shoulder the burden all on your own. Your parody of rogue trader is supposed to be at the epitome of hubris, greed, and brazenness. This is what being a rogue trader is all about. You simply lack the imagination to grasp it. Heinrichs. Emperor, what an insufferably smug, arrogant, and childishly insolent creature. How can a single rogue trader embody everything they are loath for? Quite easy, apparently. So, first, what about you? I do not serve, I reign. You grovel, but I dominate and rise even higher. Warp test succeeded. You notice that your replica is sporting elaborate makeup. Under a layer of powder, the doppelganger's face looks strange. Its skin covered in wrinkles. Somehow they remind you of closed eyelids. Hooray, extra eyes. Dira the Insidious. She opens her mouth and you see the blackness between her teeth in place of her tongue. 100 otherworldly warped voices speak instead of her voice. The master requests a sacrifice, a living sacrifice. Toss them into the warp. Their paths will be unraveled and woven into yours. Okay, wrong argument for getting rid of Adira. I wonder at what point your soul was tainted by heresy. Under different circumstances, we could have become allies. No, not really. You're disgusting. There's something hilarious about the way you're reveling in your villainy. Words are no longer necessary. Alright. What point was your soul tainted? It happened on the day Kunrad Voitvir wounded me with a cursed blade. From then on, I started hearing voices. Fortunately, my companion Adira taught me how to avoid going insane, and I began to listen to and heed their wisdom. It revealed secrets to me and whispered to the dark rituals. I raided the Von Valancius crypt, made a dark offering of Theodora's skull, and enslaved her spirit. I learned all of her dirty secrets, all of her lies. Alright, so the learning about Theodora very different ways. And so what could have happened if we had not ignored the voice from the fragment? Or tossed it into space? I saw the full picture and realized that only the strongest survive in the expanse, and any strength is good enough to survive. Ulfar. In short, you've gone from being a rogue traitor to being a piece of Kraken garbage. This is very interesting, but shut up. Ulfar shifts his gaze to you. I've just realized I have not given your spiritual fortitude the credit it deserves, Eidvater. No, you have not. Have you achieved much on your profane path? Oh, I have. My empire is no paltry protectorate. It stretches across Winterscale's domain and the worlds of Chorda. With my brother Kunrad as regent, together we rule many planets. I deceived Urlan the Fool and banished him from the Expanse after subverting his cult. I taught the race of Jukaria a lesson by sending their cellular navigator into Komorra to cause the most powerful disjunction in history. On Quetzaltamir, I struck down the furious Kalgos, a rival for the favor of the Dark Gods, and used his blood to make a pact with the Edge of Daybreak, my illustrious teacher. Heinrichs, Emperor, why do you so rarely send me heretics who are this eager to confess? My job would be so much easier. Cassia, House Arcelio would never swear allegiance to someone like you. We follow his light, and you are twisted chaos incarnate. I mean, Tisiphone probably would. Your legend. Now I see that Assyrion has blessed my path, for in this reality I've met a human with a powerful and radiant soul unyielding to corruption. First, I remember you, little Xenos. I remember you and your kin begging for mercy as I sent you off, one after another, to the feast of the Lord of Pleasure. Bad end for Eldari in that reality. And then why'd you come to the Epitaph? My master, the changeable ways, directed me here and revealed my destiny. This is where I will cut short the life of the Corpse Emperor's champion and claim the great trophy. This is where I am fated to become one with the warp. What, trying to be an archdemon? Not going to happen. You are discussing, there's something hilarious about the way you're reveling in your villainy. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be agreeing with her, thinking that's amazing, or thinking that she's just a total joke. Which will it be? You won't believe how little I care about what you think. Oh, you probably do. Your faith is now addressed a pious copy. Your faith seems stronger than that of us all combined. Righteous. I remember in whose name the sacred warrant was granted. I remember by whose hand I am ordained to exist. I believe, and my faith is bright and light, driving back the darkness. But your faith is cold embers, and when I look at you, I feel ashamed of myself. I safe to assume you're here to help Calpazar? The future is not known to me. The Lord Inquisitor did not give me the full details of Operation Precious Sentinel, but he mentioned his importance to the entire Imperium. I have come to lend him my aid, or to stop him if his plans go against the will of the God Emperor. Your doppelganger vigorously chops the air with her hand, and you notice some stiffness in the movement, as well as a subtle grimace of pain. As you look closer, you realize that lurking under your replica's clothes are chains of penance with jagged hooks digging into your flesh. Such instruments of humility are only worn by the most fervent believers. Okay, self-flagellation. Cassia covers her eyes with her hands and shakes her head sorrowfully. The heat of your hues is blinding, Lord Captain. Scarlet and gold shroud your very essence in an overpowering radiance. But deep inside, I see a palpitating smudge of sable blue, which you have banished, which you loathe, and which ruins the perfection of the image. Are you afraid of a misstep, of loneliness, of the Emperor turning away from you? Righteous, do not dare lay your cursed eye on me. The copy's roar is deafeningly loud. How did you even survive the cleansing of Yurek 5, monster of House Orcelio? Pelican and I crushed your mad followers and purged the Navigator House of corruption. Did your heretical powers enthrall my copy's weak spirit in this reality? How ignoble, how disgraceful. Why, arrogant? All of them are arrogant, really. Very similar. Where did such piety come from? It filled me on the day that Sister Argenta and I executed Theodora for heresy. I saw all her wickedness and depravity, and felt unclean, stained by her blood, so I swore to redeem the name of the dynasty. Heinrichs, the Lord Inquisitor from your reality must be pleased with you. Yes, definitely an easy puppet. How many feats of faith have you accomplished? Not yet enough. I struck down Calgus Winterscale, a champion of Khorne, in the ruins of Draconis. I joined forces with the benevolent Incendiator, really benevolent, to purge the cult of the Final Dawn when they incited rebellion, and used Footfall to summon a greater demon named the Edge of Daybreak. The unclean spirit is now sealed within the station that I have proclaimed forsaken forever. Not that great of an accomplishment. We actually destroyed it. Alfar, he shifts an approving glance from your double to you, then mutters quietly into his beard. I'll be, she is your Eidvater still. Changing sides would be, no. Really, Alfar? After the purging of Janus, the Xenos of Krurok and the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest forged a profane alliance against my protectorate. But with the noble space wolves, I defeated their combined forces and banished them from the expanse. Alfar rumbles heartily. Ha, that must have been a glorious hunt, but maybe it will come to pass in our world too. Could have left you on Komora. The wolf turns to Irlit and adds with a laugh. Did you hear that? We massacred you, wretches. And so you say. Such strong faith commands respect. It looks like this version of me became a mindless zealot. Most definitely. Why is always mask envy as contempt? Now that the situation has to become complicated, how are we going to resolve it? We shall fight. I sense your soul's greedy interest in what is hidden in this crypt, and I will not allow you to take possession of this blasphemous thing. First, but I see we are outnumbered compared to you, doppelganger. I think it would be wise to join forces, topple you first, and then resolve the conflict between those who survived. Not very righteous of righteous, huh? Working with a heresy like that. Glorious. I concur. You will finish off the one with the biggest retinue first, and then decide who is worthy of pride. However, I already know who it's going to be. Didn't really think they're going to win. This version of reality has no need for you. Farewell, the ones never meant to be. Now I shall show you who is the original and who is the imperfect replica. I will not share the contents of this crypt, and with anyone, you will die. Give you a chance to settle this fair and peacefully and avoid self-destruction. No. No, yeah, get lost, you imperfect replicas. Killing yourself is a peculiar form of martyrdom. Martyrdom in the name of profit.
Oh, glorious spectacle of your demise. I will deliver furious retribution.
Let's see how many of them we can get rid of in the first round. Oh, our entire retinue goes last. Not fantastic. Alright, can either set on left or right. Otherwise, I think it'd be fine just to stay right here. Yeah, we have cover. Nothing bigger in the way. Oh, they're outnumbered and we have the high ground. Well, slightly high ground. Alright, if we go here... Get all of them except for Glorious. If we go over on this side... Right, this can maybe grab them all. You wait nightmare on this group then.
Emperor, give me strength.
Oh, basically on that one that's up in front.
Me?
Assist your
This
captain.
battlefield in
We
righteous
pulled the
fury.
Argenta. Do not get the Gamma. Alright, well, go ahead and give Gamma her turn, and then when Mikasa gets her turn back, she
I'm
can
not
go and
accustomed to
stun
being
them.
ordered around.
Oh, a genius at work.
Did I give the movement to wrong one? No, okay. Just didn't show up on them.
What? Schemes within schemes. A wicked thought.
I'll paint your death in colors.
I just need the toughness.
Let's see.
Now set them all on fire.
A wicked thought. It's music. Let's see. Oh, a wicked thought.
Let's see. Schemes within schemes within schemes. Let's see. Oh, a wicked thought.
A mere pain won't stop me.
A genius at work.
Oh, he still had two more. One more AP.
Let's be worse than this.
No, no more attacks. Cassia, have another turn.
Stroke of genius.
Okay, try to pull
Be careful not
Glorious
to cross
down.
my gaze.
No? Still?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Alright, sort of works. No, that's gonna be a whole lot of friendly fire. What about over here? Are we gonna have to ignore that one? Yeah.
I'm afraid not.
Shields me.
If only that were possible.
I never felt pain like this.
Grace, at least.
Okay, that's a Jira and I take Argenta down.
Doubt is for the weak.
Alright, running gun. Which one is going to cause the most trouble? Or maybe just focus on the one that's nearly dead.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Yeah, that would be wildfire for another one.
As the Emperor commands. Just barely.
Or not.
Faith without. Can't catch my breath. I'll do it.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
Pain cleanses the body. Ah!
Defense is a good offense.
Blessed Emperor, protect your daughter. Emperor, deliver us.
Bit of a shame on that.
A taste of what's to come.
Are choking me.
Friendly fire the
I don't need
first
luck.
one.
I have strategy.
I approach the designated position. not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath. Guide me! I understand your intent.
Alright, well, not that much of an issue. Probably such a fire until we win.
Schemes within schemes. What if? Let's see it out. A predictable downfall.
There we go. The only one that died was Argenta.
They will see. Oh yes, they all
And
will
what do we
see.
get? Basic armor. Improved heavy bolter. From you, eruption. Air attacks deal 25 energy damage to everyone at 2 cell radius. Interesting. 90% armor penetration. But we didn't give anyone with melt up proficiency. Life draining sword. Wasn't that the one that we gave to Cabela earlier? And then Demon World, Chaos Enforcer Carapace. Maybe Heinrichs? Oh, Last Ditch Armor. Alright, nothing too vital. Over on this side, Imperial Pride. Increased damage against Xenos sacrifice serves Chaos. Shock and Awe, which we are currently using. The 1 star. Don't you? Was that the one you got? Yes, it was. Oh, very much follow the same paths. In parts. Still though, our gear is better. Anti-vehicle revolver, remember that one? That one was pretty neat. Auto striking power sword. We also get this to Cabela for a bit. Monopoly of the Assassin. Each round the wearer's dodge increases by 10. Oh, this was one of the items from either the Casbelica or the other power group. Either way, it was the faction item. Alright, is that it? Do stuff off to the sides.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue
Should also
thread.
probably heal. Oh, what's down there? Exitus and Long Last. 25% hit chance if the wielder has at least Iconoclast Zealot. Damage increased by 30% of current momentum. Might be good to replace the Gloom Rifle. Relic Silencer. Does not lose a loose effect if they attack from cover. Oh.
You interrupted my thoughts. You better
Technically, but we
hone
do
your
already have an item on her
Injuries will not
that
slow me.
That keeps her with that head. Why did you not?
What is it? I can heal your wounds, not your soul.
There you go.
Administration is a holy task.
Take this and
Oh,
stay
could have
out
just
of my
used a regular
way.
healer.
I can see bright colors again.
Well, to the ordinary, I am an enigma.
Alright, before we finish looting, be right back. Alright, let us continue. We were looting. Okay, stuff is happening. Rosary of Defense. 0 number of unyielding beacon stacks. Yeah, I think that would have been an Abelard item. And the other one is...
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Plasma weapon, Incandescent Storm. Every attack action with a plasma gun has a separate cooldown. Oh, interesting. All this plasma gun's attacks actions can be used in a single turn. Awesome. Although I have to be careful of the overcharge as that can explode. So like every other turn, use all the actions. Cruciatum Litany. Each of the wears a single attack gains 10% damage for each negative effect on the target. Is it unique negative effect or do stacks count? And also, since it's single attacks, this would be really good for Irolets. What would it be replacing though? Could replace the armor piercing ammo. Raises target's deflection. Maybe, but let's try that. And what is that? Yeah, something breakable. Random Xenosolar and tech use.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
As soon as you touch the obelisk, ancient Xeno symbols appear in your mind, forming the words "Open the Pocket Repository." Yes. Hidden chest. Rounds also worked at a 30% success. We get new axe for Ulfar, maybe. Slightly more damage, more bleeding, more armor penetration. Attacks by this axe deal additional damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum wounds. Excellent. Well, it's applied to each enemy only once per round. Alright. Then what's his default axe? Or the one he has right now. And what are the other items? Mind a symbol circlet. When the wearer uses a psychic power, they can trigger one of the following. 50% chance to reduce AP cost and increase veil degradation by 2. 25% chance to perform psychic power as usual. 24% to increase the veil degradation by 3. And result to cooldown of their attack. Maybe. If the veil degradation is increased to 15 or beyond, this effect triggers a Perils of Warp even when using minor psychic powers. Could be good. I mean, that is a pretty high chance just to reduce the veil degradation. Yeah, but how much does it reduce the AP cost? Although, maybe it doesn't affect cooldown, so... Yeah, kind of have enough AP already to do everything we'd want. Yeah, so maybe not that useful. Didn't lose out on the side reading. I have a chance of summoning a demon with this one, with what she has right now, though. And then one of the users, one of that wearer's ally uses following. That ally deals 33% more damage with their next attack. And I don't believe we have following. It's not with our current party. Now then, as for this axe, is all it does is just bleeding. Okay, so it's just a basic axe. As for this,
Another notch.
so humans fighting Necrons. Surprising that the Inquisition were doing so well. Lord Inquisitor, we are progressing according to plan. Our troops have already reached the target. Yeah, it's surprisingly well. Necrons are supposed to be tough. Anyways, different signs that they went down that way. Demolition.
Duty prevails.
Good
There will
work.
be no peace in my wake. Let's see.
Oh, there was no item on that side. Was it this side? Alright, I think we can go around to the back with this.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
I'm sure we could ignore that.
Too bad.
Maybe not.
I'm still
Basic
standing.
cargo.
I better myself through my service.
Let us seize the moment.
Speak, Elan Tak. I can heal your wounds, not your soul.
Oh, take my transient gratitude.
All that just for some basic cargo that we don't have a use for.
Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Oh, okay, apparently there's one more area. Okay, bit of an odd one. So, Alcazar seems to be doing quite well.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Bunch of servants. Technorcist. How big is this area? Not super big. Doing something over there. Alright, Alcazar, what do you have to say for yourself? I see that you did not heed my warnings. Your decision to come here in spite of them may have consequences, but we still have a chance to turn it to everyone's advantage. If your leadership listens to me very carefully, were you not expecting us? Your guard up there said as such. Master Van Callox, I am pleased to see you. How was your journey? Heinrichs, illuminating Lord Inquisitor. Heinrichs' tone would have frozen anyone else solid, but not Calcazar. I am here to help. The line you are treading is dangerous one, Calcazar. Stop this madness. I have come for your head. What are you doing here? Yeah, sure, what are you doing here? Calcazar, exactly what my duty dictates. Saving the Imperium, isn't it obvious? Not really. For one reason or another. Very confident of that. Why did you call for the Astartes to come to your aid? I needed a remarkably strong force to keep my Xenos allies in check. The Emperor's Angels were just the weapon I was looking for, except, considering the sensitive nature of my operation, I couldn't very well risk requesting aid from my allies in the Death Watch, could I? And then I remembered an old debt owed to me by a Space Wolf Great Company, so I decided to call in a favor. They were an asset at first. The wolves helped me close the dimensional gate by overwhelming its security systems. I tasked them with hunting the Xenos condemned by Euremus, but eventually they started prying, and that was unacceptable. I could control Thorvald by giving him more tempting targets, but the baleful Howl Pack. They raided an outpost where my agents had been meeting with the Drukari. Pack took prisoners, but lost the esteemed brother Ulfar. I hoped they would give it all to the search, but instead the wolves forced the system's coordinates out of the captives and came crashing down on my head. They had no gate to transport them. They used nothing but their warp engine. Thankfully, they realized the situation too late, so Tanaka managed to neutralize them. Right, so that was why they were here. And that was why they were attacked by people. I thought they were attacked by the crew that they had pulled, but no. Ulfar stares coldly at him, the deadly frost of Fenris crackling in his voice as he speaks. You will pay for this, Xavier Calcazar. Know that I will have my blood vengeance. I will have your death. Now then, how did this thing end up in your possession? Also, I wonder if... what if we could have gotten something extra with Pascal here? Thanks to your predecessor, I arrived in Expanse at the call the Explorator fleet to deal with Archmagus Armanat's heresy. But I quickly came to the realization that the Crown's Expanse's problem ran much deeper than tech heresy. Unprecedented piracy running wild, blatant smuggling of Xeno artifacts, willful and impetuous rogue traders, and growing a threat of the ruinous powers. All of this in a region that the Drukhari considered their domain. Frankly, I considered purging the entire expanse. It would have been much easier to burn down this whole tangle of threats and corruption. But the web of spies that I had woven presented me with much more interesting and radical solutions. While investigating Armanac's connections, I turned my eye to Theodora von Valancius, who ultimately gave me the shard. And how was Theodora involved in all this? Her instincts were uncanny. She spent decades hunting for a key that could open the dimensional gate, as if she knew that there was something incredible waiting for her on the other side. Her ladyship was lucky enough to discover the shard during one of her expeditions. A trophy that was too much for her to handle. Archmagos Armanat studied it on Theodora's behalf, creating weapons in exchange for access to the dangerous relic. But the research was too primitive and unambitious compared to the true power contained inside the shard. I had one of my own acolytes, Tanakia, send her spies to Theodora. They infiltrated the rogue trader's retinue, earned their trust, and reported to me about the magnificent object. The rest was trivial. I seized Epitaph and laid down the conditions of our further coexistence. She was wise enough to concede defeat with dignity. I commanded Operation Precious Sentinel. I commenced Operation Precious Sentinel. I left a garrison on Epitaph, took the key to the dimensional gate from Theodora, sealed the gate, and started the creation of the yoke. I kept Theodora and her heirs in my sights just in case. Not long before her death, I assigned Heinrich to her and had ordered her to rendezvous with him on Rakig Minoris. But your ladyship inherited him instead. I admit, I wasn't aware of you. Theodora managed to keep her secret heir up her sleeve. Oh, secret heir, huh? Heinrich's, his lips curl. It is unfortunate that I was not privy to all the details of this plan. Argenta, so instead of eradicating Theodora's misdeeds, he chose to inherit them. Argenta's voice rings with righteous steel. So what is the yoke? Alcazar, a containment device similar to this one, except better. The yoke was devised by the brightest minds of two races using the ancient wisdom of a long-gone Xenos civilization. A prison capable of not only of holding the Katana shard, but also controlling it while releasing fractions of its being. An instrument of obedience and destruction. A masterpiece whose creation required immense effort. Amazing that you thought that you could be smarter than the Necrons. It was made on Euphrates II. I captured Armanat's student, Axiomantha, and she passed all of her mentor's drafts to me. And the one overseeing the process was none other than your acquaintance, the tech priest Cubis Delphine. His fall was regrettable. It seems that the unorthodox, daring things he did at my behest drove him to break his vows and sink into heresy. But the human mind could never comprehend the shard alone. And thus I appealed to the inhuman mind. I struck a deal with the Drukhari. Yeah, those never go well. Alas, the operation demanded it. Through the agents of one of my acolytes, Emelina, I contacted Archon Jeremrus and made a pact. I gave her access to the technologies contained within this relic and destroyed her rivals in the Cabal. She would relay information on their raids to my spies, and I would solve the problem. In exchange, her homunculus, Tervantius, forged the yoke for me. Of course, I did not let him near the shard itself, but rather set up a laboratory for him on Quetzaltemir. It was safer that way. All the pieces were contributing to my plan, but none had enough information to comprehend the entirety of it. And that was where the hole came from. Heinrich cringes at Calcazar's words. You disposed of Emelina like unwanted rubbish, like waste material, after all her years of faithful service to the Golden Throne. Talcazar. Unfortunately, I had to send Emelina away and remove her from the board. A shrewd woman of principle, I used to value those qualities of hers, but suddenly they started to get in the way of my plan. It would have been safer to eliminate her before she could figure out what was going on. But I must have grown miserly over the years and was loath to part with a good agent. Or perhaps I was simply being sentimental. And what about the Drukhari and the shards? Nothing can excuse concern with the humans, you say that, with Irrelit in your retinue? Sound strategy, not so much. Drukhari, not really trustable. So, about the shard. It was one of the most complicated and perfect creations of a race much older than the Drukhari. It is no mere object but a treasure trove of technology. A wise master could uncover many secrets simply by observing it. Okay, nothing new opening up from that, so I guess sound strategy. Trust me, your ladyship. The threat of the alien pales in comparison to that posed by the Runist powers, fair enough. Aramis could plunder 1,000 worlds, but she is no Earl on the Cruel. She was as great a danger to her own kin as she was to the Imperium. The disruption she caused among the Drukhari was only to our benefit. She intended to trigger a powerful disjunction in Gamora, thereby destroying her rivals and elevating her own cabal in the process. Knowing full well how precious her grand plan was, I made no attempt to talk her out of it. With a little luck, we wouldn't have need worry about Gamora's influence. Alfar, it was a dark day when you dropped from under the tail of your rotten-wounded mother, you loathsome traitor. While we were fighting to exterminate the Xenos, you were busy carousing with them. Had I known sooner, I would have ripped your pitch-black heart right out of your chest. Talcazar, I really believe that. Since we are being so candid, I must note that you proved to be a much less convenient tool than I had anticipated. And then I take it you decide to get rid of your Xenos allies. There was no more need for them, seeing as the yoke was almost complete and the situation was escalating out of control. Theodora was dead, Cult of the Final Dawn had reared its head and was preparing to strike, and Eurymus had forgotten her place. She was putting forward too many elimination requests, and when I told her to curb her appetite, she retaliated. The theft of the Racket Star was timed to occur when Master Van Calox would be on the planet. The Archon wanted to rob me of one of my agents and send a message. Quite a thing to do just for one person. Heinrichs, what? Racket's son vanished because of me? Talcazar, and then the Chronos Expanse was engulfed in flame. I had to rush the operation and declare a sector-wide martial law. The webway gate that Eurymus' warriors had been using was destroyed, and the facility on Quetzaltamir razed. I evacuated half of the yoke that Cervantes had completed, but it was too late to retrieve the second half from Euphrates II. You know, we never visited that second webway gate. Maybe if we had gone there, could have seen this debris. Or maybe we just didn't remember that it was a webway gate initially. Cubus Delphine revealed to Aurelon the Cruel where he shouldn't strike, and that almost spelt the end of Operation Precious Sentinel. I appreciate your efforts in resolving this problem. In fact, you turned out to be much more useful than Theodora ever was. I mean, nice, sorta. You have come so far in pursuit of answers, Gamma. It would be too cruel to leave your curiosity unsatisfied. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed you, I gather that something went wrong with this plan of yours. Not at all. Operation Precious Sentinel is in its final stages. The increase in Xenos activity is a vexing yet trivial development in the grand scheme of things. They were supposed to guard the device, but they slipped through the intrusions and only the Catan's shards emanations could make them stir. Theodora's research destabilized the shard's prison, and my project only made it worse. Whatever particles of the Catan's shards Whenever particles of the Catan's shards energies seep out, many curious phenomena occur. The destruction of the crypts, the warped reality. When I tame the monster, I will order it to stop disrupting the laws of the universe. And that brings us to the most interesting part of our conversation. You know my plan, so now I want to know yours. Will you admit that I am in the right, and join me in this undeniably ambitious act, or will you try to stop me? I will be upfront with you. If it is the latter, I will be forced to remove you, but I'm sure you realize that already. Of course you will, but it's not like you're that strong. Listen to yourself, you're planning heresy. I will not let you bring this insane plan to fruition. I am with you, wake the beast, and let's shackle it together. No, yes, heresy. Enough, Gamma. It will only be a heresy if I lose. If I prevail, it will be a triumphant feat in the name of saving humanity from the horrors of the universe, and I will not lose. Yeah, overconfidence, something. I will not let you bring this insane plan to fruition. Heinrichs, eliminate the rogue traitor. Kalkazar gazes at the unmoving interrogator. Say nothing. After a brief pause, Heinrichs nods and responds gravely. I no longer recognize your authority, Lord Inquisitor. My apologies. Kalkazar, in that case, Heinrichs van Kalx, in the name of the Emperor, I hereby revoke your inquisitorial privileges and declare you excommunicate trade at horse. The punishment for your heresy is death. I bid you farewell. Quite calm about that. The Inquisitor nods calmly. There's not a shred of hatred or disappointment on his face. Farewell then. I'm glad to have made your acquaintance, Gamma, despite everything. He glances at his retinue. Eliminate the rogue traitor. Very casual.
Another annoyance!
You dare cross the
Alright,
threshold?
13 enemies, and one of these. Inquisitorial presence. Oh, siren increased by 2. And somehow this guy's stunned. Comes by Kalkazar. Is it a proximity thing or something else? Size suppressor. All creatures, including Necron machines or Inquisition agents, and 3-cell radius around the creature suffers reduction in willpower and fellowship. Anti-sec module. Immune to warp damage and perils of the warp. Okay, so immune to Cassian's abilities, I think. Yeah. Counter attack stance. Very defensive. Yeah, aside from the size of person, not really seeing anything that would be causing that. Oh, Holy Inquisition presence. The Inquisitor's aura decreases the psi rating of psychers within a 4-cell radius. Alright, proximity thing. So where should we be? So Mystic over there. Everyone else, yeah, and the veteran over here. So one high HP target on each side, and then those two in the middle. Okay, some weaker enemies in the back. Nothing too dangerous. Right. So, pick a side and try to force them together. So, double pistol with you. Or Mystic, what do you have? You have Consign, which forces an automatic crit. Warning, resistance to foreboding. Don't particularly have anything too dangerous, it looks like, aside from the Consign, I guess. Otherwise, generally, yeah, it looks like buffs. So probably have everyone over here and then try to kill off everyone on this side first. Alright, that should be good. Walking Nightmare, hopefully we can get you guys to move. Not quite, but close enough, I guess. Oh, you're the one that got stunned. Here's a position where it can target everyone, looks like. Also, where's Gamma? There we go.
If I may.
Alright, so one down. Anything else with 1 AP? No.
Out of my way!
Oh, right, you moved because of the Raven. Keep on forgetting about that.
What if? Let's see. Oh, a genius at work.
In the name of House Orsellian, I shall prevail.
Alright, they're just kind of punching up. Are they close enough for this? Kinda. Alright, you need to finish buffing everyone.
A wicked thought.
Can I give them foreboding first? Or we got warp speed and then forewarning.
Schemes within schemes within schemes.
There we go.
A genius at work.
Set the many of them as far as I can.
Even I won't do that. Schemes within schemes. What if... let's see. Let the bodies pile.
Nice. A lot of the smaller enemies died. Okay, that's how to regain AP. Fantastic.
Schemes within schemes. What? Let's see.
And that's enough for combat abilities.
Shattered foes.
And again, I forgot to use
My
Enfeeble. I always forget to use Enfeeble.
Oh, a wicked thought.
Veil Degradation is too much now. Alright, Cassia, have yourself another turn. Yeah, don't do home much with that one, do you?
Isn't this a job for the self?
Push it quick!
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Much of anger. You're a little bit closer.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Weapon at the ready.
Who are you attacking? Why that one all the way over there?
My faith strengthens me.
Yeah, nothing more you can do.
A genius at work.
Yeah, Heinrich's go ahead and take on this guy.
I won't object to it.
I think he missed.
Let's see to it.
Stay vigilant. Break their morale. Follow my lead. Here we go.
You better not summon a demon.
Done.
Yeah, I can deal with these ones. Right. She has that one that causes explosions. We need people to move out of the way.
Rejoice in battle!
Hopefully, they'll dodge.
Doubt is for the weak.
Okay, good. That cleared them out.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
Oh. Cassie's getting hit.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Alright, we'll
Guided
give you a
by
kick.
faith.
Let's get to it.
Oh, could run a gun and use the flamethrower.
Out of my way. Follow my lead.
Yeah, Vale's a bit torn. Really, Cassie that needs healing. Can't use too much.
A wicked raise. Another one.
Yeah, the velvet is so high. You do a few more attacks. Yeah, going after the Mystic is just gonna hit all far.
Let's see.
I am not your secret.
Good damage.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. If I must. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
Nice, 1,100. Where did you run off to? You are no longer part of this, are you?
If it serves your cause.
Favors the swift.
Oh, good. Over dodged. Anyone back here we can target? No.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
As for you, Mr. Mystic.
I challenge you, damned. Calm's play.
we do have controlled shots.
Wolves reign!
So that should be good.
Carve runes out of your bones!
Yeah, he's dead. Oh, I forgot about this guy. Enforcer and the veteran.
Our foes reek of cowardice. You become the All-Father's worthy instrument! So it shall be. None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
Heinrichs, your turn. Alright, so he's down. Can move on charge. This guy that's still up.
The Emperor is on our side. But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne. I'm keeping this one. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. Naturally.
Let's see, I don't think that's all I can do. Just 3 left.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Me? If as duty demands.
Okay, that one's dead. Heinrichs, get yourself a
I'm
turn.
not accustomed to being
I think
ordered
maybe
around.
finish him off.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
That's good. Also, are you having any traumas? Oh. Good. And there's one guy in the back.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deed.
Alright, not too bad.
No, it is too early. The yoke must be activated, or all is lost.
Oh hey, Nomos. An invisible yet clearly tangible aura of power envelops the figure clad in the robes of a tech priest. It is all the more baffling to hear a youthfully excited voice from under the hood. This is it, the place of our origin. Nomos' gaze is trained upon the Catan shard. It was your strike and your wish to escape your prison that begot us. A mysterious creature that has been your ship's soul for so long turns to face you. But it is you, Gamma, who truly ushered us into this world, so let us meet our abominable precursor together. For it is ready to break free. Greetings, Nomos. What are you talking about? Can you not talk in riddles? No, yeah, hey, Nomos. We are out of time now. It escapes now.
Enter the fray.
Alright, then Blizzard and Free
Recharge.
Catan. Fantastic. So, where'd you go? Okay, all the way over here. 21,000 HP. That's a lot. 250% armor. Reduction of 50. Oh, that is a lot of deflection. Maybe we should have kept that one item on Airlet that to reduce deflection. Hopefully everyone else has some means of decreasing deflection. Armor of Despair. Let's see, Disperse. Teleport enemies to random positions across the battlefield. Bone shaped attack. Unraveling reality. Creates various copies. And noting it's going to summon. Swaps positions with one of its copies. Quantum contagion. As long as a shard, a copy of the energy orb remain, each time it is attacked, the Catan shard will gain a stack of reconceptualization and trigger a reflective retribution on the attacker. Right, not great. Yeah, I remember this fight being kind of annoying. Well, difficult and annoying. Because of that thing, you can easily get overwhelmed. At least it doesn't seem like he has a whole lot of extra turns. Not like fighting the Undying Emperor. And we actually know the HP this time. Right, so be a bit spread out. Oh, okay, we can't move that much. Airlet, where are you? There you are. Nebulous, I think you're fine right there. We should have moved Nicholas out of the way. Alright, Gamma can still
I have
be
read tomes of military tactics.
given an extra turn from there. And because I reached the Catan shard. So. Yeah, since you'll probably be moving around a lot, can't use any of our zone effects.
If I may.
Let's toss down the debuffs.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
It cannot damage Slar.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
A wicked thought.
Oh, nice to be able to repair yourself. And not do anything else.
Oh, a genius at work. Let's see.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Cassie, how much damage did you actually do against that? Because it might be more effective to give the extra turn to someone else. Oh, you can see it right here. Alright, just ask got buffed from the skills. Otherwise, few hundred. Maybe give the extra turn to Aerolith then. Have her build up her lethality stacks. Try to one-shot it as soon as possible. More extra buffs.
A wicked thought.
Yeah, we do the forewarning and iron arm.
Huh. What if?
The next time around, we're gonna have to buff Cassia by herself. Oh, 2 to 6, that is so very little.
Let's see. Schemes within schemes.
I'm not building up that much flame sacks either.
Let's see. A genius at work. Oh, a wicked thought.
Yeah, I think also we might be able to get more damage from Aeroliths. Oh, okay, we're gonna have to be more used to this.
What if? Behold my artistry!
Alright, Aerolith should be good. Toss you over here.
Swift and silent. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Alright. All about usage.
Fortune favors the swift. If it serves your cause, no weakness is hidden from my sight.
And relax back there. Oh, pretty short though. Alright, stable, I guess.
I am not your zeal.
Yeah, armor's being reduced, but not the deflection. Yeah, I should have kept her with the other one. Could have gotten rid of a lot of that deflection. Oh, right, and she does need to release stuff. Alright, so that's good. Alright, start separating around.
Step by step, I lead. Schemes within schemes. Huh. Let's see.
A fleeting moment of integrity. Gone.
A genius at work.
One stack, but why not?
Oh, a wicked thought. Let's see. Schemes within schemes.
Okay, no idea why we keep on getting more AP, but I'll take it.
What if?
There we go. Finally. Now, what are you gonna do for your turn? Not a lot of damage, huh? Alright, so those three. And we stun you.
I understand your intent. Fortune favors the swift.
No. Alright, we need to focus on these guys.
If it serves your cause.
Oh, okay, stunned that one.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If I must.
Alright, Argenta. Fire's over there. Yeah, I think this one's gonna be blocking. Where even are you? There you are. on that one for now. Focus on this one with Ulfar.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Do you have combat mastery? No, you do not.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Oh. Alright, Ulfar's right next to it.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Don't forget about that.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Alright, Ulfar might be able to finish it off. Good heals. Did you get any traumas from that? No. Slightly a bit of a fresh injury though.
Wolves reign! So shall it be. Wolves echoes of time see their last. So it shall be.
Oh, did I mean to use running gun?
Don't dishonor the wolf with such tasks. None can do better than a warrior of the All-Father! The icy bite of death! Comes, I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! See how the wolf succeeds! Moments of integrity gone.
Right, you got your reconceptualization because of that. Two left.
Let's see. A wicked thought. Schemes within schemes. Oh, a genius
A bit more vulnerable to that. Did you get another charge reconceptualization? No.
Let's see.
Alright, Derlet. That one's stunned. I was 7. 900. Alright, well, try. Yeah, go to try and stun it.
If it serves your cause.
Alright, that's stunned.
This tedium is beneath me. Ancestors guide me. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Alright, forgot to buff Cassia.
I won't sully myself with that. Oh, a wicked thought.
Alright, can't use warp powers anymore. It's not for a while. You have quite a few stacks of burning. Let's focus on this one then.
Everyone, step aside. For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. Naturally.
With my hands.
Have suffered the singularity of annihilation.
Then that was being blocked.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it. Scorn the pain.
Nope, managed to survive.
Entropy whispers through my existence.
Alright, so did not summon. What are the conditions for summoning anyways? No, okay, cooldown rounds 9. Okay. Fine with that. Probably giving us a turn to Earlit then. Earlit, where are you? Okay, right there. Do you have a warp curse? Yes. Nothing in the way of debuffs in.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
No, actually, you do decent damage.
Dare you?
With canvas of paradoxes.
Me? You insist, Lord Captain.
Must damage a star.
If I may.
Can't do a whole lot of this.
I understand your intent. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Doing more damage at least.
If I must, ancestors guide me. If it serves your cause.
Lost centuries is faster than light.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me.
Good, she survived that. Barely. Is it getting a turn after every one of ours? Alright, so that summon cooldown's gonna come fairly quickly then.
This tedium has been... Fortune favors the swift.
Moment of integrity gone.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If I must.
Getting closer to halfway.
I am not your Z.
Up to 1,200 damage. Good.
I understand your intent.
And then we'll probably have us summon some new guys by then. So hold off on in my sights.
High momentum.
And use our fire mastery.
Guided by faith.
Alright, well, so far going pretty smoothly.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the...
And you got a freebie.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I didn't see anything that would give you one. Oh, new active ability. It's an energy orb in the center of the battlefield. Next turn, the orb explodes, destroy all enemies. Okay, not saying that. Transdimensional blow. Damages all enemies around the mechanic shard. All enemies must attempt to dodge or fall prone. Excellent. So, how many did you summon? Just those three. Not seeing in this sphere. Might do on its proper turn then.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor... Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Bar, up to you. Heinrichs is on that side. Nebulous and Harvey over there.
I hunger for battle. Wolves reign! So it shall.
That was very little damage.
None I become the All-Father's worthy instrument! A fleeting moment of integrity gone. A shattered divinity.
Don't you need a breathing navigator?
A canvas of paradoxes.
Alright, Alright, heal up Cassia. And they're all sort of on fire. Alright, to kill yourself from the perils of the warp. Oh, right, we need to give her regeneration and the movement speed.
Let's see.
Good, survive that. Airlet. Oh, can I give her a turn? Do you want to give me a turn?
A genius at work.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright.
Now, do something!
Alright, Nicholas, move. Don't think that's going to damage everyone.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Yeah, normal seems to be a normal, so that's good.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
And managed to stun one of them. Oh, good. Okay, he's still up. From there, I thought he did actually go down. Okay, I could kill this one. Yeah, I don't think they heal, so it should be fine. Yeah, they'll both survive its attack. Or it will survive to the next turn, so... Yeah, go around this side. And never mind.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it. Naturally. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Entropy whispers my existence.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Alright, can you return to Irolet? Shard is still over there. And Heinrich is not going to get hits.
I'm not accustomed to
Echoes of time seem their last.
me. If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh, that's why you went after her. He was right next to you.
Weakness is hidden from my
Nope,
sight.
not stunned.
This tedium is beneath. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
And you missed.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serf?
Echoes then.
Alright, still only those two.
I move swiftly to strike. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Alright, try again and try not to miss.
If it serves your cause. If I must. This tedium is beneath.
$11,000. Not quite. Not quite ready for her heroic. Use Argentus heroic.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
Oh, that is a lot of damage. You might finish it off. Not quite. That was a whole lot of damage still, though. I think he took off half of what it had. Yeah, nearly half. Alright, another wildfire then.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
And then run and gun and then shoot at it. Then we can use Fire Mastery. I think we're finishing it off this round. Someone doesn't have a free turn. Yeah, I got a free turn there. Alright, new set of summons. Probably have active victim's place. Doomed by the void. Destined to die in the next round unless summon takes place. Yeah, probably have Heinrichs to that. Still has not summoned that sphere though. That's good at least. And oh, where are you? Oh, right there. This works out.
The wolf is on the hunt. See how the wolf succeeds. Cubs play. Wolves reign! So shall it.
I have all over the place.
See, become the All-Father's worthy instrument! None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father!
A prominence cannot damage a star.
Cubs play!
Alright, one of them is stunned. For some reason. Yeah, looks like all the stuff are burning off of you.
Let's see.
A prominence cannot damage a star.
Schemes within schemes. I'm powerless to act.
No sights. Really? Still not on sight? That was horrendous.
A wicked thought. A genius at work.
Truth is faster than light.
Alright, that's gonna get both of them. You're stunned. You're not stunned. Hmm? Who's stunned? Don't know who's the other one is stunned.
If I may,
Whispers to my existence.
The Inquisition sends their regards. I need a foothold.
And Tassie's back for help.
isn't this a job for the serfs?
Sort of works, but Gamma's kind of in the way right now. Although, yeah, that seems to be fine. Okay, don't say the nebulous. Nebulous get a bit out of the way. I forgot that it can cause damage by moving through enemies.
I'm not accustomed to another foe painted black.
Okay.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
She can always target airlets.
Ancestors guide me. If it serves your cause, I'll shield death with my hands.
It's a tapestry of contradictions.
I understand your intent. Moving no more.
Alright. $1,103. The shard doesn't summon anything on its turn. We have airlet use dispatch.
If I may,
Your sentience is faster than light.
Well, so much for that. Out of curiosity, will you still take damage?
If I must. I am not your zenith.
Yes, you will, but you do reflect the cycle a little bit.
Fall creatures!
Oh, okay, apparently you're like, was able to do enough damage. Dispatch, quite strong. The ancient monster struggles against the energy manacles of the yoke. Its impossible powers that make reality itself burst at the seams are now being forced into a compact dungeon, quirk by quirk, returning it to a cruel and painful non-existence in the moment. It could struggle harder, but something is hindering it. You are the cause of these hindrances. Only now does the Catan shard turn its focus to you. For the battle was nothing more than the reflexive resistance of an alien mind absorbed in a completely different range of thoughts and responses. But now, it is thinking about you, and its thoughts are so corporeal that you can sense them and know them. It seeks an end to the confrontation. It is capable of resolving it in a way that would benefit all. More and more terrors appear all over the shard's form. As the yoke absorbs its power, it becomes increasingly harder for the shard to maintain its physical structure. Each imperfection you inflict brings the Star Predator closer to imprisonment. Nomos, do not bow your head before our abominable precursor. It was begotten by the dark abysses of the past. It is a fragment of that which devoured stars and embraced civilizations. It knows no benefit other than its own. Allow us to stand against it. This is our time, our impossible chance. Oh hey, Theodora. Right? Or someone else. Oh no, yeah, Theodora. As yet another layer of reality cracks, a figure appears before you. Her, after giving you a probing and appraising look, Theodora permits herself a slight smile. Alright, so why is she here? Obviously she's a ghost, or some sort of apparition. Think about the Catan, Nomos deliver a final blow, consigning you to oblivion without end. She'll bend to my will. or destroy the yoke and kneel before the ancient deep. Ready to serve. Yeah, Catans aren't that nice. Nomos. If our birth ever had a purpose, then it is here and now. Why do you call the shard your precursor? Because that is what it is, and what we are. We have told you before about Theodore's ambition, Armaneth's mind, the ship's cradle, and Epitaph's secret. One sprouted into another and spurred yet another. Thus, Nomos were born. We were but an echo of the shard's power, an echo that left its prison. But we have become something so much more with your help. So, in a way, a shard of the shard. What do you intend to do? Flash with the precursor, touch it, absorb it, so that the reflection becomes the object reflected, so that the shard becomes Nomos. Then, and only then, will its threat be eradicated forever. Alright, so you can take over. Do you think you can do this, Nomos, and what will happen afterward? We stand at the threshold of probabilities and outside the bounds of the predictable. It is beyond possible to know whether we can or cannot. But we believe that we can, and that is what drives us to try. And if we succeed, we will obtain power beyond compare. We will become a shield against any threat, in whatever form it may manifest itself. Sounds nice. Alright, go for it. We are ready for the most important battle of our life. Wish us luck. Nomos steps towards the shard, and the whole world explodes into a terrifying whirlwind. You can hear the colors and see the touches of ice burns your hands while fire leaves you freezing. And in the midst of the madness, you can clearly sense a battle raging, a clash of two beings, one endlessly ancient and the other endlessly young. Would have made for an amazing cutscene. The power of the Catan Shard is such that it redefines the very notion of power, but it has weakness. One that you can see only now. With the shard and its rival standing face to face, the shard is just that, a shard. It is incomplete, it is not whole, and it cannot be what the Catan was before. What opposes the shard is something entirely different, an undivided and sentient being with a clear purpose in mind, akin to a well-aimed arrow. And the one who fletched and loosed this arrow was you. The battle goes on and on and on, outrunning the course of time, but you do not need the gift of clairvoyance to know who will emerge victorious. Yep, and that is the epilogue. The Catan Shard was transmuted into a new form, and their name was Nomos. Possessing the power of an ancient being and nurtured by the rogue trader, the young star god watched over the Chronos expanse, their new domain, with curiosity. Gathering the bleeding worlds together again, the rogue trader dared to build something more noble and civilized in the expanse, a haven for those drifting and unprotected in this strict hierarchy of the Imperium. It would be an unbound frontier, where freedom and compassion were not wholly extinct. Freedom and compassion in the grim dark future? Not on their watch. The shackled monster under Von Valancius' control ensured the survival of the fledgling utopia. The Star God destroyed all who threatened its peaceful civilians and instilled fear in those of little faith. The expanse tasted the sweet fruit of freedom and tolerance through reverent fear. The Imperium could not forgive such insolent deviation from the order prescribed by Holy Terra. The von Valancius dynasty was accused of the seditious formation of their own empire. An invasion fleet gathered in the Calixtus sector, and the lifespan of the young utopia was as short as its creator. Protecting the young kingdom of freedom, Nomos created dimensional barriers that cut the Chronos Expanse off from the Imperium more soundly than the Great Rift. The humanity of the Expanse was left in isolation, relying only on themselves. They either had to build something new and different from the Imperium, or fall to the horrors lurking in the darkness. I feel like those last two slides kind of contradict each other. One says it collapsed, one says it was protected. The ideals of Gamma von Valancius was committed to were alien to the Imperium, but close to the hearts of many in the Expanse. Anyone who could not resolve a dispute or who was denied justice rushed to the palace of the rogue trader in search of mercy. Rumors and stories of humanitarian rule formed the foundation of the Valancian school of philosophy. The sect united commoners and aristocrats in the belief that, for the Imperium to flourish, it should stop seeing its subjects as mere tools. This dangerous heresy was denounced in many systems, but persecutions only hardened and multiplied its followers, building a newer and better Imperium. Having learned a bitter lesson on Footfall, Incendia Chorda let go of her fanatical zeal, relinquishing Rome's reins of power. She secluded herself on a cloister world. The time of purges passed, and with it, the time of law and order. In the power vacuum that followed, the dark legacy of the abominable Espis reared its ugly head, and Incendia's domain gradually evolved into a nest of criminals and pirates. Resisting the temptations that besieged him, Caligos Montesquieu returned to his domain and began to piece together the shattered remains of his protectorate. Until his dying day, his actions and thoughts were dedicated to saving abandoned worlds and protecting survivors. Alas, he was not able to achieve much in the time he was allotted. He breathed his last breath on the same throne that he refused to leave for decades, adamantly refusing augmetics that would restore mobility and power to his legs. Thanks to the patronage of the von Valancius dynasty, the cult of St. Drusus was successful in spreading its influence across the Expanse. Overshadowed, the cults of other saints lost their followers and faced a harsh choice: slip into obscurity or swear allegiance to the ideals of Drusus the warrior. Alright, I wonder if that's because of maxing the reputation with them. After the death of Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, a man called Chaplain took over the leadership of the Drusian mission. He hid his name, but not his crimes or his piratical past. With the resolve of an experienced voidfarer, he steered the cult and even led his fellow believers on military expeditions against brigands, enforcing order and converting depraved captives to the faith. In the following years, Cognizant's fleet slowly and deliberately left the explored systems of the Expanse for the furthest remote regions. Observation stations and acclaimed worlds were abandoned, and even Euphrates II became derelict. Statistical divination warned the fleet conclave of the grim events awaiting the Expanse, and they decided to deliver the fellows from the coming storm, yet they did not share the truth with the lay people. The schism of discontinuing the cycle engulfed the entire Cognizant fleet, and soon the civil war was over. Disregarding the commandments of their forefathers, the explorators started down a dangerous path of new comprehension, creation, and revision of procedures and algorithms. The fleet was united once more, and in its unity, it was ready to stare down the horrors standing in the way of the catechism of maintenance and operation. Magos Dominus Opticon 22, one of the first to hail the return of the Messiah, took the helm of the Mud Squadron of the Cognizant fleet, unquestioningly embracing the teachings of discontinuing the cycle. He personally saw to the crushing of any renegades who did not accept the Messiah's words as truth, and earned himself the identifier Chrome Scourge. Good for him. Profitable deals made between the Fellowship of the Void and the Von Valancius dynasty helped them subdue smaller brigands squadrons in the sector. Many worlds and stations saw the opening of the Fellowship dens, in which grotesquely sincere pirates representatives took kickbacks from traders in exchange for safe passage. Naturally, the servants of the Von Valancius dynasty and people under the Rogue Traders' protection were safe from the Fellowship of the Void's attacks. Mostly. The first command that Ryza issued after her miraculous rescue on Footfall was the complete extermination of all worshippers of the Dark Gods among the Fellowship of the Void. The old pirate wanted to find another way for her people to survive. The former renegades hoped to live by the law, working as mercenaries or traders. When it seemed they were finally on the path of a peaceful life, the Imperial Navy conducted a flash raid and destroyed all their ships. Those who survived the bloodbath were publicly hanged. Oh, the Imperium ruining everything. The Cosmelica mission thrived on the riches it acquired in its deals with the Rogue Trader. The organization expanded to new markets, built up a mercenary army and fleet, and was ready to defend the legitimacy of its business from the authorities. Those foolish enough to deny it that right died quick, brutal, and unexplained deaths. The Dame Tok'ra, as Liege of Footfall, survived 14 assassination attempts and thwarted no less than 2,000 schemers before a shot finally took his life. The esteemed Liege's funeral was held in great secrecy, with only his closest entourage being permitted to view his corpse, which spawned some peculiar rumors. A multitude of agreements bound the Imperial Navy to the Von Valancius dynasty. Captains were eager to patrol the Protectorate, knowing they would be richly rewarded. Competing ships were lost to pirate attacks and subjected to harsh inspections. Many officers quietly entered the dynasty service, receiving a salary and title in exchange for their excellent skills. Worthy admirals valued their friends and enjoyed more gold on their uniforms. Chartist Captain Asterius Thorfast founded the Thorfast and Companions Merchant Company, excelling in trade and acquiring a substantial escort fleet. After 3 decades, he traveled to the Maw to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining the fabled warrant of trade. It is not known how this venture ended. When the Rogue Trader's apostasy became apparent, the Imperial Navy fulfilled its duty and fought the Von Valancius dynasty. The Battle of Draconis ended in resounding defeat. The surviving ships fled to distant systems. Disheartened but not broken, the captains vowed to rebuild their forces and planned raids into the apostate territory. The crucial reason for the defeat was the extraordinarily high percentage of captains who betrayed their oaths and defected to the Rogue Trader's side. Overnight, she acquired a battle-ready fleet of her own. Yeah, feels like the new Von Valancius Empire really shouldn't be that short of an existence. The protracted search for the Marshal had so weakened the Adeptus Arbites that their new leader had to spend the rest of their life restoring order within the organization. While the Arbites were busy dealing with their internal problems, lawlessness and disobedience flourished throughout the expanse. Maybe it would have been better to have placed Solomorn in charge. Draconis grew and prospered until it became the capital of the Kronos Expanse. And it was like a giant magnet whose pull held together the worlds of the Expanse, absorbing the treasures and vices of the sector. The voracious and shameless nobility of the Expanse flocked to Draconis in search of the forbidden pleasures. Its librarians harbored dangerous volumes in its dark corners, harbored dangerous people. The rule of law could not reach the tops of the spires, shrouded in a veil of sinister and mystical rumors. Yavagama washed off the stain of its former defilement, but not the dark memory of it. The sacred halls were never silent, and production rates became supreme law. The glory of the Imperium was forged in the blood of Sweat and his toilers. Forged in the blood and sweat of his toilers, and the millstones manufactorums ground the workers down by the thousands. Even in death, the souls of his dared not step away from the machines. The enthroned Null Caliph drew millions of pilgrims and granted the planet hallowed status. Its sacred calculation continued for centuries, and the foremost sages of the Depths Mechanicus traveled to the world so they could attempt to divine its meaning. It shall be 42. Janus was conquered, the Xenos spirits were exorcised, and the wilderness was subdued. The fields grew until they covered the entire planet, and billions of tons of provisions were harvested there. Janus had become the breadbasket of the expanse, and to threaten it would be to condemn millions to starvation. Janus became a melting pot for cultures from hundreds of worlds, taking in refugees from across the entire expanse in its darkest hour. It became a stronghold and a symbol of hope. After the crisis passed, the refugees started to return to their home planets and to reclaim their lost worlds, thus earning Janus a proud name, the home of the Reconquista. Despite grim expectations, coexistence of humans and the Eldari did not lead to enmity. Janus had faced many trials, and the struggle against them brought the two peoples together. They did not develop an affection for one another, but they learned to speak with no weapons in their hands. More than one dangerous xenophile schism was born on Janus. The minds of Evo 6 grew deeper and deeper, and soon the planet became the darkest and most frightening colony of the expanse. The final stop for the exiled and the damned, brutal, hardened inhabitants of the Death World feared neither humans nor xeno-horrors, knew no mercy, and were known as the most fearsome fighters in the sector, who had traded their lives for the right to leave the eternal darkness of the mines. Guarded luxury palaces were built under the climate domes shrouded by clouds of poison. They housed so many powerful blackguards, persecuted aristocrats, and wealthy scoundrels. Evo 6 gained unimaginable political influence. Such grand and sinister deeds were done there that before long, the grim Death World was spoken of as the new political center of the expanse. No longer secluded and forlorn, Valstone turned to the spiritual center of the expanse, clad in gold and power. Rulers went there to be anointed for greatness, criminals for penance, and the righteous for encouragement, and there was no end to them in sight. Converted into a comet shrine, Valstone's moon spread the word of Saint Cognatius throughout the expanse, protecting worlds from attack by the enemies of humanity. Its servants asked for neither money nor power, but only the relics left by the blessed patron. The wise handed them over with reverence, while the haughty learned how heavy the hammer of Valstone was. The fate of the pure-voiced prophet, guardian of the hallowed crucible, was a sad one. After visiting 7 worlds and bestowing the blessings of transformation upon them, he perished at the hands of bloodthirsty Yukari pirates, along with his retinue and the priceless relic. Yeah, I think that was the guy that claimed to be the prophet, and then we sent him on a way with a group with our gentle suggestion. Either that one or the one that was requesting the phlogiston, forget which. With the fall of the unholy patron, the edge of daybreak, the cult of the final dawn perished as well. Every cell of the cult was hunted down and eliminated. Rumors that some worshippers of the luminous powers had managed to get away, hiding the writings of the warp-banished lord under the robes, were baseless. Nice being thorough. Left without a mission or a leader, the word bearers retreated to the depths of the Materium. The last act of vengeance was a bloody assault on Footfall. The populace of several asteroids were exterminated or enslaved. The stays of the God Emperor and the statue of the God Emperor was badly damaged. After recovering from Troy's regime, Footfall reclaimed its status as a trading hub of the Expanse. Having learned a bitter lesson, Dame Tok'ra created the Footwall Partisan Militia, a well-equipped mercenary army that answered only to him. A modicum of order returned to the station. Right, I wonder how well that dealt with the attack by the word bearers. The changes that the Valancius dynasty brought to Footfall endured on the station long after. Whorehouses opened by the order of the Rogue Trader saved many hungry homeless from death. Unfortunately, this disrupted the station's delicate ecosystem. No longer freezing to death in empty compartments or tormented by epidemics, those who lived in poverty on Footfall began to choke the station, leading to a sharp rise in crime, organ trades, legal medic ops specialists, and savage gangs of Anvers proliferated. Alright, good side, bad side. Left without the sun, the racket system has ceased to exist. Well, not really see much of an option for that one. Its now frigid planets spun away from the darkness, no longer held by the gravitational pull of the star. A century later, a fragment of wrecked menorahs entered the Fearbund system and was snared by void miners. A piece of its rock was delivered to Footfall with reverence and used in the restoration of the God of Birth statue as a final memorial to the world devoured by corruption. My eyes are dry. All the best minds in the service of House von Valancius pick up the study of Bastardium. Numerous uses were soon found for the natural side focus, but the jubilation was short-lived as a series of major warp breaches in Bastardium export destinations put an end to any and all goodwill toward that research. People began zealously destroying anything that remotely resembled the mineral. However, a few exceptionally strong suckers managed to bend the sinister rock to the will, magnifying their sorcerer's powers several-fold and turning them into a force the Expanse has had to reckon with. Has had to reckon with ever since. Alright, should have destroyed them. Rumors of the rotting remains of an Eldari craft world that spread around the Expanse. Explorators, privateers, Cosmelica agents, and anyone hungry for easy money all rushed to the frontier systems to vie for a piece of the prize. Some were swallowed by the warp, while others perished in skirmishes with the rivals. The most skilled and fortunate returned empty-handed after decades of searching. The colossal ship, as big as an imperial world, simply vanished, as if it had never existed. But the legend of the forbidden treasure lived on and continued to bring daring souls to ruin. Eldari from the fallen craft world Krudarok, who once traveled through the darkness of the Expanse in a desperate attempt to gather the remains of their kind, were becoming a rare sight. Even the most skillful Cosmelican agents and audacious bounty hunters with knowledge of Xeno settlements on the edges of the Expanse could no longer find their trail. Squads of Eldari Rangers suddenly appeared on different worlds and disappeared abruptly without shedding a drop of blood. Their purpose remained an enigma. The news of Xenos appeared in the Expanse was followed by a report from the Everworld Janus about a strange flash in the night sky. When the light disappeared, authorities sent out patrols that located a Xenos camp among ancient ruins. The trail ended near a white monument, a webway gate, where the path led the Eldari. Only their Farseer knows. Time spent on the same world as the monkey pushed the Farseer Muran toward reflection. When the webway gate awoke on Janus and squads of Eldari Rangers stepped onto their ancestors' worlds, he averted a bloodbath, granting the Lilithan and his new and naive citizens his blessing. He disappeared through a shining portal, departing for a new home. The spirit monolith, purified by the Harlequin troop on the Crone world, was hidden from the insatiable eyes of Monkey by raging warp storms. Ships started going missing more frequently in the systems close to the planet. Even the most courageous captains gave the region a wide berth, and it was named the Damned Reefs. Somewhere on the underside of the reality lay Camorra, woven from manifold to other dimensional and illuminated as always with the light of stolen suns. Its streets ever filled with screams and agony. Any misfortune experienced by the Dark City became another scar on his appalling face, lost among thousands of other vile blemishes. As long as pain pulsed in his blood-soaked spires, the insatiable and unshakable Camorra continued its flight through the webway. Along with its unchanging ruler, the leader of the Cabal of the Black Heart, and the most dangerous of all Drakari, Asdrubal Vect. So Camorra survived. After the Rogue Trader's visit, dimensional rifts opened around the spire of the raving tempest, flooding the streets of Camorra with demons. This incursion terrified Camorra. The Cabal of the Black Heart managed to stop it, but some Archons saw the event as a sign of their leader's weakness. Others interpreted it as a grim omen for the entirety of this dark city. The fall of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest united Camorra for a brief and bloody moment. The elites of the Dark City and their squabbles aside, set their squabbles aside and found a new game in tearing apart the domain of Archon Eurymerus. The fate of the Reaving Tempest reminded the other Cabals that nothing lasts forever in the Dark City, save the city itself. As they were leaving the Necron system, Nomos destroyed every tomb world of the ancient Xenos. Some eternal strife had awakened within the young deity, demanding that the planets of the undead be obliterated. No, true, they are not exactly peaceful neighbors. Following the destruction of Lethus, Rogue Trader Von Valancius directed part of its tithe toward restoring Crone's Expanse worlds that had suffered from Xenos, heretics, and the horrors of the Void. Many of them only survived thanks to that aid, although the broad gesture was met with scant understanding by aristocrats. Some years later, the worlds to which the tithe had been distributed were struck by a ghastly disease, came to be known as the Lethus Curse. Whether it truly was related to the tithe, or a mere attempt to slander the expansive projector, forever remained a mystery. Yeah, there was probably something corrupted on that world. The voice of Vox Master Victus Suri Ulta of the Ptolemaic dynasty has long resounded in the Expanse, bringing hope and trumpeting the arrival of the merciful Rogue Trader. Known for wisdom and acute understanding of ship systems, over her long life, she taught many generations of future Vox Masters from the Ptolemaic dynasty. Her body was built into the bridge itself, and in times of need, her voice would flow through the Vox, dispelling delusions and despair. Part of the ship, part of the crew. Or part of the crew, part of the ship. By the way, she is one with the ship. After years of dedicated service, Master Helmsman Ravar was granted, despite all his objections, the privilege of rest. The wise service of the Omnissiah implanted an augment into his brain that restored his ability to sleep. Soon afterward, something unprecedented happened aboard the ship. The Master Helmsman overslept and missed the start of his watch. But his supper did become much more agreeable from then on. Amazing what proper sleep can do for you. Many years later, Half-Factotum Enchantress Denrock sought permission to retire. He said that age had softened his heart, and that a more worthy, young, and assertive successor should take over his position. There was no shortage of candidates. Under all that fat, Denrock had a sentimental heart. He spared nothing for the orphans of those who had died serving the Rogue Trader. The children were given an excellent education and were eager to serve the Von Valancius dynasty. Jocasta Sarabak served as Master-at-Arms for years, but eventually her zeal faded. It appeared that having tried every form of violence in existence, she no longer derived out of any of them the joy it had once held. Jocasta humbly submitted her resignation and went back to her home on the capital world. She took up the position of the wardens of one of the capital world's hives, and reconciled with their cousin Macarius, albeit only after a while. The reconciliation was, at any rate, easy to overlook during gatherings of capital world nobility, where Jocasta and Macarius would waste no opportunity to have a ferocious row. After many years, Zachary Wise mustered the courage to take personal apprentices again. He searched throughout the expanse for astropaths whose masters were harsh and cruel to them, and recruited them into his choir. He gathered a cast of talented men and women by his side, and was their guardian and mentor. Wise died defending his wards from accursed words spewed by the Immaterium, sealing the sound of those words in his mind. He preferred a horrible death to a repetition of his shameful past mistakes. Former prefect was sentenced to the accounting duty for the rest of her life. For several years, she inhabited a tiny room stacked with papers, until one day, she felt the life going out of her withered body. She assembled her few subordinates and meticulously handed over her various responsibilities. Her final words were, "This completes the reading of the list. Rank 2 cleric Miss Gribia Volter is hereby stepping down for death-related reasons." But did she file the proper paperwork? High Overseer Gregorius Strax of Vibos 6 rendered his duty with zeal unfathomable to the common mind. Under his leadership, the penal world became a paragon of order and a place of incarceration that criminals feared more than death. Strax spent his final years in a small, damp room, disturbingly reminiscent of a jail cell. He declined every award and honor for his assiduous service, and preferred solitude to any kind of company. The only exception was Solomon Anther, who visited his former superior whenever he had the chance. The contents of their long conversations are unknown, but their outcome was the same every time, a gloomy and unmistakable mark of regret on each of the two Darwin's faces. Urban Drivestem cared more about preserving the influence of his line than the well-being of the Protectorate. His blind ambition lost him his governor's seat and the respect of his family. Within a few generations, one of the largest houses of Darkonis turned into an obscure family of petty aristocrats. Toriana Gaprak missed the moment when her family, which had previously functioned like a well-oiled machine, started to fall apart, racked by infighting. Among their distant relatives, many blamed Toriana for the Kiavagama disaster. Soon the Gaprak family splintered into warring factions that spent centuries locked in a violent struggle, only occasionally punctuated by futile attempts to reunite the house. Kari Sarbak was loyal to the traitor to the last, despite all the rumors to the contrary. Finding little affection among his subjects or family, he stayed true to himself, remaining a forthright, severe, and pious person. Akaris strived to ensure that every soul in his charge felt justifiable dread before both him and the God Emperor. Members of House Resurianus served the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they had finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses, yet power and luxury can dull any blade. The now pampered and idle aristocrats were scarcely recognizable as the descendants of the formidable Seneschal Resurian. Clementia Resurian, granddaughter of Abelard and Chancellor of Darkonis, executed her duties irreproachably, and even found time to school the younger generations of her family. She was an equally skilled mentor, chancellor, and political operative. After a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position and becoming the first mate on a trade ship. She would later admit, like a true Resurian, that she had always had a passion for ships and voidfaring. Branches of House Caprak and Resurian became intertwined for a time after the marriage of Astardia and Vicente. The great sadness of the couple and the great amusement of the spiteful Darkonis nobility, the marriage produced no children, just like her ancestors. Astardia Wissarian Caprak dedicated her life to service, crushed by the events that shook the stability of his house and his inability to provide an heir. His sin lived in his wife's shadow. When his time came, he passed away without notice. The Harlequin, known as Nocturne of Oblivion, visited the Expanse once again, sneaking onto Draconis. He came to the Rogue Trader's palace and left a special gift, a case of Eldari crafting, unmistakably ancient and precious, adorned with the ruin of an eye inside a triangle. Only the Lord Captain knew what it contained. The Harlequin candidly warned her that he was drawing the Von Valancius dynasty into a deadly dance, a shaking doom, that all will freeze within the threads of terror's loom. Then he promptly departed, and not without reason. A few hours later, assassins from the Dark City appeared, following his trail, and were mercilessly killed. Their armor bore the sign of the Cabal of the Black Heart. After months of searching, Draconis wardens found the remains of Achilles' Scalandar on the lowest levels of the hive. Lucari artifacts and records discovered beside him indicated that the ancient Inquisition had been compromised and was working for the Xenos. I thought we already went through that, unless this is just the confirmation of that. The secret of the Genestealer cult infestation in the Chronos Expanse was laid bare. A wave of purges rolled across many worlds, with enraged rabble and planetary guards massacring thousands of those whose appearance diverged from true human form. Many of them were, of course, ordinary abject genetic misfits and luckless rejects, but their lives were small price for the sector's purity. Yeah, considering how dangerous those things were, it's necessary. Having completed his last journey with the Lord Captain, Abelard Wissarian, with the gracious permission of the Rogue Trader, left his post as seneschal and took over the helm of his large family. House Wissarian rose above its rivals and was never again the target of persecution, even after his esteemed patriarch died decades later in his bed, drowned by his grieving loved ones. Sister Argenta made no secret of the great respect and gratitude she felt toward the Lord Captain, yet duty compelled her to leave Von Valancius' retinue. With the blessing of the ecclesiarchy, she founded a minor order of the Adeptus Sororitas, the Order of the One Star. United around the Keeper of the Sacred Relic, sisters protected the faithful from the dangers of still lurking in the Expanse. The wider order and its courageous founder were very quickly became heroes of legend, instilling hope and inspiration in the hearts of Terra's faithful children. Yet the conflict between the Imperium and the head of the Von Valancius dynasty did not but affect the young order. Some sisters demanded that Argenta denounce her former commander. Unable to choose between the order she had created and the person with whom she could not have completed her journey, she stepped down from her position and went into exile. Despite everything, love for her among the people of the Expanse only grew. Argenta would be the heroine of songs and tales for centuries to come, a radiant angel who would appear in the darkest hour to protect innocents from the forces of darkness. Somewhat good end for her. The Mercatum Tabula Officiola unlocked a sea of possibilities for Jai Hidari. He left the Casbella Commission and became an independent agent. Choosing one's destiny is a unique gift that ordinary mortals never dared dream of. But Jai was no ordinary mortal. He found new friends and skillfully danced along the knife's edge between trade and piracy, stole from the strong, granted mercy to the weak, and even bought a couple of modest planets, as she never ever betrayed herself. Half a century later, her life was tragically cut short. A weak and little-known Rogue Trader's dynasty, led by a young and ambitious leader, ambushed and captured Jai Hidari in order to appropriate her wealth. The Von Valancius fleet strike was lightning fast, but Mrs. Hidari could not be saved. She died in the hands of her avaricious captors. Vizier Cabela of the Bloodspun Web guided her cult along its old paths and remained faithful to tradition. As before, Bloodspun Web cultists led ascetic lives and brought death to those who had been marked by the Undying One. However, nothing is unchanging. A momentous event profoundly impacted the Bloodspun Web. the discovery and miraculous return of a lost relic card from the Emperor's Tarot. The Vizier performed a reading, and the Emperor showed her a new goal: to put the blessed deck back together. Only in its entirety could it reveal the great and dark future that awaited the Chronos Expanse. The Bloodspun Web read the portents, and the holy search commenced. With her newly acquired power and resources, Jai Hadari expended a great deal of effort to put an end to this cult of the Bloodspun Web. The ease with which she sent assassins and after the spinners spread a damning propaganda betrayed her strong vested interest. Many thought her actions reckless and expected a retaliatory strike to be delivered before long, but it never came. With the cards of the Emperor's Tarot spread before her in the darkness, Vizier Cabela performed one reading after another, but as much as it troubled her, she could find no command to end the life of a brazen adversary. Thus, the blade remained a sheath. And well, somebody else took care of that problem. Matisse Erebus was a loyal and dutiful servant of the rogue trader, and went on to become an outstanding bridge officer and a true void wolf. He visited many systems and worlds in the Chronos Expanse, but never set foot on his native Draconis or saw his family again. Heinrichs van Kalix, the former interrogator of the Order Xenos, took the mantle of Lord Inquisitor after his mentor's death, receiving both Inquisitor's Rosette and the duty of defending the sector from the enemies of humanity. Van Kalix became the new warden of the Chronos Expanse. The Inquisitor became known as one who showed lenience toward small vices, and who was prone to using questionable methods. Decades later, Van Kalix's own students branded him a dangerous radical, someone ready to use instruments of chaos to achieve his ends. Before they could hand the mentor over to the tribunal, the Inquisitor disappeared without a trace among the distant stars at the edge of the expanse. In her journeys with the rogue trader, Cassia Orselio experienced all the hardships and delights of the galaxy. The invaluable experience and new knowledge helped her to finally conquer her fears and accept herself and her powers. The Lady Navigator became Novator of her house, tasked with addressing the consequences of Tisiphone's rule and the chaos that followed her disappearance. For the duration of her reign, he patiently worked on uniting the feuding branches of the house, forging alliances, and expanding the influence of House Orselio. The Starway Atlas, which contained the memories of Tisiphone and the Sethala clan, lost its power. House Orselio's navigators once again had to rely on a skill alone in the depths of the Immaterium. Many lost their lives, but those who survived the crisis became hardened veterans and pillars of the house. Most of these fortunate souls were young and brave. Too few among them were old and wise. Novator Cassia and Vizier Cabela were brought closer by the common burden of assuming a high position of power at a young age. Though the friendship was short-lived, as it could not overcome the gravity of their duties and the difference between the worlds to which they belonged, they exchanged gifts out of respect for each other and to honor the memories of the journey they had shared. Cassia used Cabela's blood to paint the incredible piece which became a relic of the Bloodspun Web. Cabela, in turn, assigned one of her best spinners to act as Cassia's bodyguard. Many years later, the spinner was rumored to have ended Cassia's life on the Novator's own orders when her body could no longer resist the strain of mutation. Okay, so at least they remained friendly. Indira Talas lived several more years after the rogue traders and campaign on Epitaph, despite her short life. She left behind many legends and tales of her adventures in the Lord Captain's service, and of the terrible warp phenomena that she manifested. At a time when Indira Talas was preparing to accept her fate, she found guidance where she least expected it. In the wisdom of the Bloodspun Web, the words of Vizier Cabela, who had come to know death better than any mortal soul, helped Indira look to her future not without regret, but without fear. For many years afterwards, there was an empty table in the common area of the officer's deck that had an intricate labyrinth carved into the tabletop. None of the crew sat at the table out of respect for the quiet and candid conversations once shared by a psyker and a servant of the Undying Emperor. Well, Cabela made quite a few friends. Shortly before her death, the Dura vanished from her post. Jai disappeared with her. When Jai returned many cycles later, she declared that Dura's last days had been full of joy and adventure, and that her greatest pleasure had been watching the Void Whales play. In announcing the discontinuing of the cycle. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Sarnik. Have a good meeting. Hopefully it isn't too boring. The Armornet Collective instilled terror in the hearts of those who revered the theorem of purity, but it gave hope to others. After gathering its disciples and recruiting several soldiers from vassal planets, it ventured to the worlds of the Screaming Vortex and to the infernal forges of the Dark Mechanicus. This march of indoctrination was meant to seize the stolen secrets of the Omnissiah from the hands of the heretics, temper the cult in the fire of battle, and transform it into a tool for both eradication and comprehension. The fleet disappeared into darkness, and only rare echoes of its astropathic messages were ever intercepted. The unit, Abel Hanuman, continued his service to the Armornet Collective in unity with the 5 companion minds. He rediscovered the joy of direct cognitive communication unmarred by inborn otherness. While outwardly silent, he joyfully described images, concepts, and ideas that the Omnissiah revealed to him. Fulfilling his function, he overflowed with the exultation of efficiency. For many long years, the Irolet traveled at the Rogue Trader's side, helping her decipher the secrets of lost Xeno races and lending her wisdom of her kind. Half a century later, he sensed that it was time to say goodbye. The path of the outcast had come to an end. But though her heart ached for home, she could not leave her Elentok, rejected by her kin and deprived of a spirit stone and protection from the filthy claws of Slanesh. The Eldari withered away like a bird in a cage. Irolet was to be found more often in meditation, trying to escape her suffocating reality. Each time her search for strength in the depths of her soul took longer and longer. The Elentok herself put an end to this torment, not willing to see Irolet wither away in an alien world. She persuaded the Eldari to leave the Expanse. It seems that some things are just not meant to be, and a happy union between a monkey and an Eldari warrior is one of them. Irolet followed a new path, the path of a warrior. He only hoped he would never be forced to raise her weapon against the mortals who had become her true brothers and sisters in arms. Oh, she has some growth. Rumor has it that Irolet and Pascal met again among the alien stars. A band of Eldari warriors were trying to protect an ancient planetary edifice, while the people from the covetous service under Omnissiah. Upon learning that Irolet was leading the Xenos, Pascal personally descended to the planet and struck down his former comrade at arms. Her death did not stir any feelings in his metallic heart. Cold of you? Solomorn Anther remained in the ranks of the Depsarbides, straying ever more from the letter of the law in favor of its spirit. On one occasion, several years later, he refused to collect tithe from one of the fringe worlds, as this would have condemned his people to death by starvation. Aware of the Proctor's long-standing ties with the Rogue Trader, the Marshal decided not to take the risk of having the freethinker executed. Instead, he sent Solomorn on an impossible mission, thereby spelling his death sentence. Abelard Resurgent and Solomorn Anther spent most of their infrequent meetings playing Regicide, to which the Seneschal had introduced the Proctor, meticulously recorded by Abelard's adjutant. Their games soon found their way into collections of the best ones ever played in the Expanse, and were later referenced by many a noble Regicide aficionado. When the first officer Resurgent passed away before he could finish the last match in a long series of draws, Solomorn attended his funeral in full dress and regalia and placed a Regicide piece on his grave. Now that reminds, whatever happened to that one Regicide piece that we had that contained the Eldari soul? Nothing ever happened with that one. Duty Commander Malchus Hanuman and Marshal Anther part ways. During the last meeting, Pascal made a few final modifications to Plato's design, increasing the cybermassive service and life several-fold. Whether the gift had any impact on Solomon is uncertain, but on more than one occasion, having a faithful dog at his side would turn out to be his salvation even in the darkest of days. After joining the Storm Riders, Ulfar Thunderlong soon became the pack leader, taking the place of Thorvald, who met an honorable end. The new leader sent a message to Fenris stating his intention to remain in the Expanse. There were too many enemies yet lurking in these hunting grounds that deserved the Allfather's wrath. Legends paved the formidable packs in path and gold. Years later, Ulfar found a battle in which he could meet his honorable death, but the warp was suddenly torn asunder. Ships for Fenris bearing the mark of the Wolfhead came to his aid. Saved from the battlefield by his loyal companion Hellbrand, Ulfar accepted the honors of the Dreadnought and tomb in sacred armor. During the blessed ritual, he cursed and demanded to be left to his death, but his brothers merely answered with mirthful laughter. When he recovered his senses, Ulfar led his forces to the heathen stars. The Allfather had given them a new mission in a near-death vision. No one in the Expanse has heard word of the Space Wolves since their departure, yet many believe that one day they will return victorious. Okay, he kind of got what he's wanted. It is rumored that the true cause of Thorvald's Ironhide's demise was treachery. Faced with a superior enemy, the Space Wolves called on their allies for help, but a nearby squadron of the Consul's fleet withdrew, finally broadcasting that the blood debt to the Archmagus Armanet is not forgotten. Yeah, and I guess not that fun of people. Such was the echo of the deeds of the rogue trader of the House of Von Valancius, deeds that transformed the Chronos Expanse and prepared it for events even darker and more violent. But those are the events of a different story. This one had come to an end. And finally finished with all that reading. Okay, that was a lot. Was not expecting it to be that long. But still, spacing everything out worked out. Yeah, I was completely wrong last time that we could finish things last time, but no. Yeah, good thing I spaced things out. Definitely a nice experience. You can see the improvements from the first run. Quite a few things were fixed. A lot more of the skills were working. More details. Though there were still some issues like with Argenta's ship ability or the weapon master position where you're supposed to reload the weapons. That was very inconsistent in working. So there were things like that. But overall, nothing too much. Would have been nicer if some abilities, some abilities were kind of missing some sort of indicator that they were affecting the retinue. So yeah, that was kind of a big thing, I think. But yeah, for the most part, a lot of good fixes. Didn't like the blue text that they added that let you see when you had an effective choice taking place. So that was nice. New classes were fun. The expanded skills were great. Very strong. Definitely overpowered by the end. Yeah, as opposed to the first time. Yeah, first time around we did not reach max level despite exploring everything, while this time around we were able to. And also, like with the changes, we were able to get more of the factions and reputation maxed out. Don't think I even got close first time around. And they also fixed some of the disposition ranking as well. Like remember with the Iconoclast, you could not get the final rank of that, and there might have been issues with that one. So definite improvements in progression. The DLCs were fantastic. Like the new gameplay elements that they added, the stories were great. Definite improvement over the base game. Whereas like with the base game, they were largely just like single battle events. So that was pretty nice, like having more complicated stories and evolved events with the DLC, especially with how they expanded on various things. I like the little like Easter egg area that the Necrons and orcs references and all that. Oh yeah, they also made plenty of improvements to all the different characters as well. Ulfar had a definite improvement. He was so weak first time around. Cassia was still overpowered. Argenta a little bit weaker, but still quite strong in the end. Yeah, a lot of it would be thanks to the new skills, so there's that. Did have a few oddities though, might have been bugs, might have been some patches that changed things, because that was a thing that happened. Like with Ulfar, that I gave him a skill that let him get his first attack free, but that somehow disappeared. Might have been an item, or it might have been a skill adjustment. Either way, knowing things like that. Let's see what else. We're looking forward to the next game, the Inquisition. So same universe, but not a sequel. Especially since I believe I heard that one was going to be fully voiced. So hopefully it is. So, given what they've done so far with the DLC and this, and yeah, stuff was in the base game, we're looking forward to seeing what they add for Inquisition or Inquisitor. Let's see, also, yeah, still not too interested in the planetary mechanic. Interesting, but could have used a bit more detail. Probably would have preferred if instead of the planetary mechanic, they focused more on a ship building mechanic or ship customization. Plenty of times where you get warp events saying that your crew died, but then it just really didn't matter aside from very early in the game after the prologue, or after escaping the wreckage system. Otherwise, yeah, it really did not matter how many of your crew died, so there was that. Or even like things, the disposition of your crew, yeah, that really didn't matter too much either. Which, yeah, I do believe that was something that they're going to try to do, but they had to cut that type of content though. Would have been nice if that was a DLC or something, but oh well. What can you do? Maybe they'll have it something in place for the next game. Well, no matter. But yeah, nice experience even if I did largely play the same as the first time. So maybe when Inquisitor comes out, I'll probably just play on my own, but probably play differently, try either a dogmatic or heretical playthrough, see how much that changes, because some of the blue text makes it seem like you can get quite a lot of changes, so curious to see how those go. But anyways, that is it for Rogue Trader. Next week we'll be back with Vampire, new series, not a Warhammer 40k game. It's a third-person RPG set during the Spanish flu. Doctor turned into a vampire and started to resolve the situation through scientific means. Saw bits and pieces of playthroughs before when it came out, so looked pretty interesting. Curious as to how it'll actually be though. As for tomorrow, we'll be back with a Biotic Factor, continuing our run through of the reactor. Might do a bit of resource gathering because we did get a bunch of new recipes last time, so might do that. Also, since last week we finished that Silk Song, a Biotic Factor will be going on to 3 times a week, and then Saturday will be Phoenix Point, continuing where we left off, which was in the middle of a very tough fight. So that'll be a fun experience. And then with the Abiotic Factor, back to the Abiotic Factor, that one is almost done. It's just going to depend on how much exploration we end up doing. how much exploration, how much farming we'll do. So it might be just a few more weeks and then we'll be going back to a RimWorld playthrough. Alright, so nothing else. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channels depending on where you prefer watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, so is my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Imre_W, IMRE_EE, and Blue Sky at Imre-EE. More or less the same thing, just a difference between dash or underscore, depending on where you prefer to go. Otherwise, if you don't use social media, or those two in particular, I do try to stream every day about the same time, between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central, usually give or take 30 minutes. And regardless of those odd start and end times, towards the middle is a bit more reliable when I'm here. And as I said, I do try to stream every day. So that being said, once again, thank you all for watching. Thank you to those who happen to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who may end up watching the VOD. Hope you're all reasonably entertained and that you have a good day or night, whichever it may happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you and goodbye.